Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit mendoready.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
Today is October 7th, 2025. Welcome to the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors meeting. Let's see, clerk, could you conduct a roll call?
Supervisor Klein?
Present.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Here.
Supervisor Hashak?
Present.
Supervisor Norville?
Here.
Supervisor Williams?
Here.
All right, and Christina Burns from Head Start, could you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty.
All right, we'll move on to item 2, which is public expression, and this is for items that are not on the agenda. Okay.
Ukiah in District 5. At the last meeting, a contract for a new database for planning and building services called Acela was approved for an amount in excess of $1.1 million on the consent calendar with no discussion. I'm concerned that it has been portrayed that the acquisition and implementation of Acela will, if not solve a lot of the issues in PBS, at least move them in that direction. In all the research and information gathering I've been doing lately regarding PBS, I came across this year's Sonoma County Grand Jury Report on Permit Sonoma, which is Sonoma County's version of PBS. This report provides a lot of information and recommendations that could help PBS figure out next steps, specifically page 9. This report outlines problems identified in the way Acela was implemented in Sonoma County and the subsequent problems caused by incomplete and inconsistent standard operating procedures, which should serve as a red flag for PBS's implementation plan. I suggest using this report as a roadmap. If PBS does not utilize every resource available to them, including the recommendations in this report, they run the very real risk of making the same mistake and continuing and possibly compounding the problems they are trying to fix. In essence, garbage in, garbage out. I think this report may also be helpful to the supervisors in regards to their role as oversight and possible actions the board could take to help PBS serve the community better and meet mandates recently set out in state law, specifically AB 2234. And I have a copy of the report for you in case you haven't seen it. It's very informative. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other public expression? Okay, seeing none in the chambers, any online?
Seeing one, Jennifer Eagleson.
Hello, I'm Jennifer Ellingson. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I am an attorney in Northern California, in Chico, California, and I made several complaints with the Planning and Building Services Department from the County of Mendocino. Yesterday I received a letter saying that they are closed all of my complaints because they have changed their policy. And my question, I guess, is that how can you decide to close all of my complaints and selectively enforce your ordinances with a really vague definition? I don't know how to respond to the letter because I don't know what it is exactly that is needed from me. So I wanted to bring it to the attention of the board that the planning department has decided that they can just selectively enforce or selectively investigate complaints and absolutely close others without reviewing anything or talking to the people who have submitted it.
All right. Well, thank you. Okay. Supervisor Williams.
Can we route that somewhere? I understand we may not be able to resolve it here in this meeting, but it seems like there should be a pathway for next step.
Okay, Supervisor Klein.
I would ask the public commenter to forward it to the BOS email, bos@mendocinocounty.gov for further board awareness.
All right. Any other public expression?
Seeing none online.
All right. Then we'll move on to the consent calendar. Okay. The Board of Supervisors will go into recess for item 3N and will convene as the Board of Directors of the Air Quality Management District. The Mendocino County Board of Supervisors does not receive any additional compensation or stipend for acting as the board of the Mendocino County Air Quality Management District. Okay. Are there any comments from the board about item 3N? Okay, any public comment on item 3N? Okay, back to the board. Supervisor Williams.
Move approval of 3N.
Second.
Right. We'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay. The directors will now recess as the Mendocino County Air Quality Management District and reconvene as the Board of Supervisors. Okay, so now we're dealing with the rest of the consent calendar, except for 3N. Supervisor Klein.
Yes, I wanted to say thank you to the folks from Head Start for joining us this morning. Head Start Awareness Month in October is on the consent calendar. And thank you as well to the 4-Hers that have joined us to celebrate National 4-H Week.
Yes. And thank you, for everyone for working with the kids in both areas of Head Start and 4-H. Very critical for our, the youth of our communities. And so, as a former Head Start employee, and I appreciate the work you do. Okay. So, let's see. Any further comments from the board? We'll go to public comment on the consent calendar.
Dee Pallison again from Ukiah District 5. Wasn't expecting to speak twice so quickly together, but my concern is about item 3P, which is a recommendation for, or asking for approval of an increase in a contract amount for county counsel. I have concerns about the amount we're spending on outside law firms. County counsel states in their agenda summary from this item that the role of county counsel is to provide legal representation, advice, and counsel to the county or to the Board of Supervisors. If their job is to provide counsel, why are we spending so much on outside law firms? This item asks to increase the contract with an outside law firm that was just approved in May. On the surface, this causes some concern. Why is there a need to increase a contract that is only 4 months old and has an end date of June of 2027? Did county counsel ask for a smaller amount during budget season, always knowing more would actually be needed? What has changed to justify the increase? Why does the fiscal information at the end of the agenda summary use $75,000 with a recurring annual cost of $25,000 when the request is to increase the contract by $50,000? Now, I'm familiar with writing agenda summaries, so I think I know why, but the county constituents who aren't former county employees may not understand that. The fact that the agenda summary and the attached documentation provides no explanation is concerning. How can the board make an informed decision without all the information, especially during these critical budget times where we are talking about cutting positions and avoiding layoffs? Even if the board doesn't feel they need more information to make this decision, I think the people deserve a more complete explanation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Is there any further public comment?
I'm commenting on Section 3D for the Ukiah Shamrock 4-H Club and the Hopland 4-H Club and Mendocino County 4-H. My name is Gina Weaver. I am the Mendocino County Incentive and Recognition Committee lead, and this is a representation of our senior, intermediate, and junior members without the county.
So good morning, everyone. Hi, my name is Garrett Weaver. I am 16 years old. I'm part of Ukiah Shamrock 4-H Club. I'm the team leader of my Rabbit and Cavey project. I'm also a team leader for the High 4-H project. And we are here today because we're celebrating National 4-H Week, October 5th through the 11th. This is a week that will rally, inspire, and connect 6 million 4-Hers, 3,500 educators, 500,000 volunteers, and 35 million alumni. Events in every county, state, and state celebrating and amplify the 4-H mission, preparing youth to be the beyond ready for life and career. In 4-H, we believe in the power of young people. We see that every child has valuable strengths and real influence to improve the world around us. 4-H is delivered by a cooperative extension, a committee of more than 100 public universities across the nation that provides experiences where young people learn by doing.
Good morning. My name is Amaru Gilmore. I am 14 years old and I'm also a member of the Ukiah Shamrock 4-H Club. I'm the president of that club and I'm also a High 4-H teen leader. So 4-H started in the United States in 1902, and since then it has become a global network of youth organizations whose goal is engaging youth to reach their fullest potential while advancing the field of youth development. And it now exists in over 50 countries, so it's clearly doing that very well. There are approximately 6.5 million members just in the United States, ages 5 through 19, and there are approximately 90,000 clubs.
Good morning, my name is Alaric, and I am 8 years old, and I'm a member of the Hopland 4-H Club. The name 4-H represents 4 development areas of focus: head, heart, hands, and health. The goal is to develop consumption, healthy living, science, engineering, and technology programs. 4-H is typically and are focused on the 4-H colors symbolic. White symbols for green represents growth. Our 4-H model is to make the best better family. Okay.
Now that we've educated you on some 4-H facts, we would like to open the room to any questions. Okay, thank you. So have a great day, and thank you so much for letting you educate us about 4-H. Thank you.
Okay, very well done with your presentations. All right, any further comments from the public about the consent calendar? Okay.
Good morning. My name is Robert Maddock, and I'd ask permission to be able to speak briefly on the issue of the attorneys. I know it already had public comment. I was a little late. I was coming from out of county.
Now, what item are you talking about specifically?
Well, I would like to have public comment on the budget and attorneys generally, But there is also the hiring, strategic hiring issue.
We're talking about, what item is that?
If I could make a public comment, I know.
No, 4C. Okay, so that's item 4C.
Okay.
And so it's out of order right now.
Okay.
Okay.
May I make a public comment out of order?
No.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Yes.
The speaker explained that they were coming from out of county, and I just would like to pull the board if maybe we can take the public expression and they could hold their comments for item 4C for later.
Let's see, Supervisor Williams.
I think public expression is for items not on the agenda, and maybe I'm confused.
No,
but it sounds,
we're on the consent calendar.
no, I know, but I don't see that as a consent item, and public expression is also not appropriate because that's for items not on the agenda. I think this item is on the agenda, unless I'm misunderstanding. Yeah. So, Chair, I would support the comments that are not on an agenda item.
Okay. Do you have items? You have public expression for an item that's not on the agenda. Okay. We'll go back to you and we'll go back to that item.
Well, thank you
very much. Which was number 2.
What I really wanted to do was to express, so my name is Robert Maddock. I am a representative for Teamsters Local 856, and I've met you, Mr. Chair, and several of you. I really appreciate the opportunity. I am here today to really urge the board generally to work on revenue in addition to all the budget issues you have. I am very sympathetic. I live in Sonoma County. I come from Sonoma County. I've been coming to Mendocino my entire life. I love Mendocino County. I come here to shop. My wife and I love to come to Ukiah instead of going towards Santa Rosa to shop because it's a much more pleasant shopping experience. I think Mendocino County can drive more income and more revenue because you really are right on the edge of the Bay Area and such a resource for the Bay Area to come up here and spend their money and go back home, right? That is the goal, I think, for increasing revenues. Mendocino County has such great opportunities for recreation, and if I may, you have one of the best reputations in the world for marijuana, okay? Cannabis is something that Mendocino County, Humboldt County could really do marketing to brand yourself, to bring people here. You could have festivals, you could have concerts that people would come from not just around California, but around the United States and spend their money in Mendocino County and help out your revenues. Because I am totally sympathetic to the fact that this is a county without a lot of resources. It's not, Sonoma County is not, you know, the Bay Area counties that have money pouring in. So I'm utterly and completely sympathetic to the budget situation for this county, but we've got to take care of our attorneys. Our attorneys come in and they go through law school paying incredible debt. They come out of law school. I finished my law school payments at the age of 57. So I know I'm not talking about the hiring here. Okay. I'm just talking generally about taking care of your workforce. It's critical that your workers, your attorneys, feel that they matter to this board. They take care of the public safety and the constitutional requirements to protect the public and their civil rights. So I really urge this board to put your employees first and to work on revenues to increase, not just cutting budget, but increase that budget. All right, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're going back to the consent calendar public comment. Okay, see none in the chambers. Any online?
Seeing none.
Okay, we'll go back to the board on the consent calendar. Supervisor Klein.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I would like to ask County Council to provide additional context for item 3P per the public comment heard earlier.
Through the chair, thank you. Charlotte Scott, County Council. So as indicated in the agenda item, this firm represents the county in specific litigation that is pertaining to the sheriff's office, the case Round Valley Indian Tribes James et al. Versus the county. And so and to clarify, yes, county counsel's office is your general in-house counsel. We do represent the county in numerous litigation matters. Some matters are specialized and are also risk-based claims. This matter is one such claim. It is not part of the county counsel's budget, so it's not something that the funding for the contract is not within the county's council's budget. We're an internal service department, so it is funded through our risk-based budget, and the cases such as this go over many years, so it isn't traditionally, it'll cross over budget cycles and budget years. You can't plan for litigation, but this particular matter came in this year to the county, and this firm has been representing us. It's in this case this year. Other than that, I can just say that they're providing excellent representation, specialized representation to the county on this matter.
Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay. I had a question about that item 3P. So just to clarify, has the $50,000 been spent already? Or is this just a projection for the overall cost that you see for this case and for the firm?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. I think we're hitting around the original cap of the contract. We are not at the increased amount that is sought, but we and we do not spend every dollar. This is a cap, and then we come back to the board if it needs to be increased. It's based on the cycle of the litigation, the amount of motion practice in a case. It depends on the pace of the litigation, but at this point, no, we're right around the cusp of the original contract limit and increased it, keeping in mind that we're early in the litigation, and our hope and goal is to hopefully keep the costs down low. I will note also this firm has incredible rates and represents numerous public entities. So I do, and both risk and my office, myself personally, we monitor the invoices and the costs to the county. And if we see any concerns about invoices and the amount of time spent on a matter, we certainly follow up with the firm and check in on that.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we have a motion, we have a second. We'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, moving on to item 4A, which is discussion and possible action, including acceptance of informational reports from the assessor, clerk, recorder, registrar of voters, auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, district attorney, sheriff, and various county department heads or designees. Right. Okay. Ms. Bartlemy.
Good morning. Katrina Bartlemy, Assessor, County Clerk, Recorder. Our ballots were mailed out Thursday and Friday by the vendor in Sacramento, so we should be receiving them anytime, which is a good thing. So, this crazy time, we feel that this is going to be a touchy election like all elections. We've been getting phone calls, we've been getting emails, we've been getting all sorts of things. So I wanted to let you guys know that was going on. The state, I guess, made a typo in their voter information guide. That was a red, white, and blue guide that everybody got in the mail maybe a week ago, I think. And so I received this in my mailbox yesterday, which was their correction. So Supervisor Norvell contacted me yesterday, so I sent him a copy of this. You guys are more than welcome to have this and look at it if you haven't received yours. I don't think that the typo had anything to do with Mendocino County, but we did have some people comment on it, and so did Supervisor Norville. So I'll leave this for you. We also sent a postcard out, a 4x6 postcard, to those people that have polling places attached or tied to their residence address. You know, when you register to vote, everything is based on where you live as to what ballot type you get. So there was a mix-up with the printer, and we've been getting phone calls on that it was supposed to tell you where the polling place is that's tied to your residence, and it didn't. So they're sending them out again. I should say, we are hoping we will send them out again, but we haven't actually talked to the printer. We have a phone call into them, but haven't heard back. So if you get any phone calls, just tell them to call us and tell them that new postcards will be mailed out. Any questions about that? Because that's like, oh crap.
Yeah, I noticed that there wasn't a polling place on the card I received.
Oh, you got one? I haven't
Right.
even seen one yet.
Yeah.
Thank
And so the cost for sending them out again will be bared by the
We think so.
borne by the printer.
We haven't really talked to him, but we will find out what's going on and we'll act accordingly.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dunnicliff.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Steve Dunnicliff, Deputy CEO and your Interim Cannabis Department Director, here today with an update of interest for your board and for the community. So as you are aware, the cannabis licensing program has had a very long history in Mendocino County, and there's been a lot of time invested by the county and the community in trying to make this a streamlined and effective program. More recently here, the Cannabis Department has really hit its stride, and this is due in large part to focused efforts of your board in streamlining regulation, the community and participating in those processes, and really county staff as well. And to name just a few of the critical county staff of recent note here, we've got Senior Program Manager Sarah McBurney, we've got Office Services Supervisor Heidi Kremel, and planners Gabriella Eaton, David Strock, and Casey Miller. I'm pleased to announce this morning that the CCBL Cannabis Department Licensing Program is integrating into the Planning and Building Services Department. And benefits of this are many, and they certainly include another step toward normalizing this program within an existing department, allowing for better integration of services at the counter, and really making both planning and building and the cannabis department more operationally resilient, allowing for sharing of staff, et cetera. So I'm here this morning with Sarah McBurney and Julia Krog, Director of Planning and Building, and just sharing this update with your board. Thank you.
All right, thank you, and really appreciate that this is a step in normalizing the whole program, I think. So, right. Okay, seeing no further reports from department. Very good.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Board. Just wanted to give you a quick update. Most notable thing we have accomplished this month will be the completion of our annual trapping program, which we call it a pest detection program, and we're looking for such things as exotic fruit flies, European grapevine moth, Japanese beetles, gypsy moths, and glassy wing sharpshooters, all that could be very damaging to our agricultural industry. So it's a lot of the funding comes through the federal government to the state government, but we've been able to hold on to most of it this year. And we had 2 successful evaluations by the state. They actually come and plant some dead trigger flies, like Mediterranean fruit flies, and I think we had an oriental fruit fly and another one, and we found them all. My trappers did a great job. We've had really no complaints from any vineyard owners or residents. It's been a very successful season. We are currently pulling all the traps and will be completed by the middle of this month. We bring up 3 or 4 extra people on to help do this. And again, it's completed, and we had a very successful. Last year was a record-breaking year for fruit flies in Mediterranean fruit fly down in Alameda County, and then Southern California has had quite a few outbreaks. whenever there's an outbreak, it costs so much money. Most of that cost is borne by the state to try to do an eradication and a quarantine, such as sterile medfly releases. It's very expensive. And then there's more pesticide treatments, which is something we all want to avoid. And so by having this really robust early detection program, it really protects our agriculture industry. And the only other thing I wanted to bring up, and I know Supervisor Klein just recently forwarded me, we've had several complaints about considered abandoned vineyards or vineyards that are not being maintained. I'd like to bring this to the board's awareness. I've been looking into this because wine growers have asked us to consider doing abatement. We have an abatement ordinance, but as far as I can tell, the Ag Department hasn't done an abatements, maybe 10 years or so. I think it was a pear orchard. But more and more with the challenges in the wine grape market, vineyards are being left or not being maintained. And there's some real obvious vineyards that we see that need it, but there's several, legal regulatory compliance issues, such as the ownership notification, designating something as truly a nuisance and coordinating with other agencies, and just resource constraints. So hopefully I can work with especially some of the supervisors who areas are impacted by vineyards that aren't being maintained. And I look forward to following up with that. Thank you.
Oh, 1 sec.
Yes, sir.
Supervisor Klein.
Just a couple quick questions from me. Thank you, Commissioner. Can you let the public know what you would like to see in terms of a process? If someone is concerned about a neighboring vineyard being abandoned or not maintained, are they supposed to contact your office, or what would you like to see happen?
I'd like to see them contact us and give us the best property descriptions. Like right now, I have about 4 complaints that come in fairly recently, plus several that are, luckily having the trappers out. We call them trappers. I'm sorry, or pest detection specialists. They're in the vineyards and they're like, wow, this one's, we can't get into it. They're not taking care of it. We actually put up a few extra of the general yellow sticky traps that catch everything. And we do see a higher population of pests, maybe not the exotic, really dangerous pests, but things that can be problematic. It's kind of one thing if this vineyard happens to be out in the, out by itself, but it's adjacent to other well-maintained vineyards. There's a risk of mildew, some of the less common plants, Virginia creepers, some of the leafhoppers, all cost money and damage, and they can cause extra pesticide use. So I'd like them to contact us, but I do need to start working, if it's at the pleasure of the board, that we pursue this. Also that, there'll be some county council consulting and some other issues going on. But I can see this being more of a problem. But what I found when I started looking into it is that there's really some obvious ones, but there's some that are in that mid stage of a year or two, maybe not being maintained this year, or the fruit not being harvested. Where do we draw the line? And I haven't found a really good, I can't even get consensus between the wine growers, of what is the baseline, and then how much do they have to do to, they don't necessarily have to tear it out, but how much maintenance needs to be done. So again, I see this as an emerging issue that's going to be more problematic in the next year or two, but because of our resources and time constraints, I would like some guidance, and maybe we can meet and talk and see what you think. And also I have, I'll be at the Fall Commissioner Conference next week, and I'm meeting with Sonoma and also Napa for how they do their abatement programs. So because they have such a robust wine industry. But thank you. Any other questions?
Yes, just to follow up, for context for the full board, I'm sure many people are aware the wine market is really struggling right now. Most wine growers are not picking, a majority, 50% plus of their crop. There's not a lot of local contracts for buying those grapes. And so we are seeing a really hard time in that industry, and it's going to have a huge impact on our local economy in more ways than one.
And that's part of it is, hopefully we'll never get to the abatement part. Maybe it's just some letters, minimum you could do, let some sheep feed in the, we have to cut, but that's what I'm really struggling with right now, is what is a baseline that we would find acceptable to help, because maybe they don't want to pull the vineyard out, but they're trying to get to a better time or be able to sell their products. So we don't want to add a financial burden to an already struggling industry. So I look at it as more of a compliance process, awareness process, and what are our expectations? And hopefully the UC, Christian with the UC Cooperative Extension, he's doing a project called mothballing, which is like, how do we put this vineyard on hold, not creating pest risk, but also keeping it, it's economically viable. So again, I will hope to have more discussions on this.
Chair. Thank you for that very collaborative approach. I appreciate that and think that's what the direction we need to be headed from the county. And just a kind of a adjacent question for you, Ag Commissioner, do you have a status update on our crop report?
I was just working with Steve. Hopefully we'll have 22 actually done in maybe 2 weeks. It's going to be very bare bones. In 23, we got the data together. 24 is still a challenge, but hopefully we'll get that. And there's a lot, it's amazing how many things touch upon that crop report. It was just hard to go back and recreate data that wasn't saved properly. But thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Okay, thank you. And just a very timely report on the vineyard issue, because on my drive in, I was listening to NPR and they had a story about that.
It's not just a Mendocino issue, but like I said, I want to come up with a way that we work with the struggling landowners in a way that protects the other.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no further reports from item 4A, we will move on. Any public comment on item 4A? Okay, seeing none in the chambers. Any online?
Seeing none.
Okay, we'll move on to item 4B, which is discussion and possible action, including acceptance of the presentation by Shaw, Yoder, Antwit, Smeltzer, and Lang regarding the 2025 California legislative session and direction to staff as necessary. And I'd like to recognize Kelly Hansen and her work in being the liaison with Shaw and Yoder and all, and doing incredible work and keeping the board informed and keeping us in timely communication for all issues that were happening in Sacramento lately. So, is this a report that's coming online?
Kelly, can you please come forward?
Good morning, Board, Chair, CEO Antle, County Council, Kelly Hansen with the Grants Unit and Legislative Affairs. One of the partners of Shaw and Yoder should be on Zoom. You should be able to find Karen Lang. I believe she has her hand raised. She is available to give the presentation this morning. But I can answer any questions until we have her ready.
All right, good morning.
Great. Is it all right for me to jump in?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for including me in your board meeting this morning. I really appreciate it. I want to commend Kelly. We've had a few back and forth over the session this year on some important bills that affect Mendocino specifically. I was going to give you an update on where we are in the legislative session and then talk a little bit about what we're expecting to see in 2026. As of today, this morning, the governor has 431 bills left on his desk. He's got to act on those by October 13th. So we should be getting some sizable legislative updates from him in the next few days. He has acted on several hundred so far, but he's got some big ones left on his desk. I would flag for you that he has signed AB 8 and AB 564. Both of those have to do with the cannabis industry. 564 provides tax relief going forward for growers and the industry that's really been struggling to stay in the regulated market. The idea is that since it will freeze the increase that was otherwise supposed to take effect, it should provide some relief to the growers that are trying to compete against what is still a thriving, unpermitted cannabis market. The other measure that was signed is AB 8, and that has to do with regulating intoxicating hemp products. That product line really exploded in the last 2 years and was deeply unfair to the cannabis industry because the product was being used in the same way, but the process to bring intoxicating hemp products to market was far less intense and expensive and regulatorily complex. And on top of that, children were having negative outcomes resulting in hospitalizations. but because the access to that product was so easy. It was something you could buy on Amazon or buy at a grocery store or a liquor store, and there weren't any age gates. And so while we were working on AB8's process, the governor had issued an emergency set of regulations to compel the intoxicating hemp products into the dispensaries and treat them basically the same as cannabis products from a retail standpoint. We had a lot of back and forth over the calendar year on AB8 with the county. There was really a lot of, there's a tension between the public health aspects of regulating intoxicating hemp products versus the impacts it was having on the cannabis industry. And so we were very closely programming with Kelly. And I know that the Origins Council representatives in Mendocino were also engaged, and we were trying to thread the needle to make sure that it was fair to the cannabis industry. I think there will be some additional legislative changes that will be pressed in 2026, but that bill has been signed, which keeps it behind age gates, and that product will be available in dispensaries like other cannabis products. Those are two biggies that were just signed in the last couple of days. SB 707 also was signed. That was a real roller coaster for local government lobbyists all over the state. That bill has to do with my ability to show up and present to you remotely. There's going to be some extension of the remote meetings body of law, but there are going to be additional changes sought in 2026. It was a bit challenging to watch those two bills be reconciled. There was a measure sponsored by CSAC and RCRC that most local governments were in support of. That bill got parked and then braided into SB 707, which had some implementation concerns for a lot of public agencies. Not that any public agency was advocating to prevent public access to these meetings, but the requirements in the legislation are pretty expensive and extensive, and not every public agency has the same resources. So smaller special districts did get some dispensation in the bill, but there will be additional work on the open public meetings regarding virtual participation. There'll be some additional changes in the beginning of 2026, along with some legislative hearings to go through what the additional challenges are that local governments are facing to comply with those rules. So we're still waiting on them to act on a couple big ones. AB 339 is the last sort of big bill that's on the governor's desk that a lot of local governments had concerns with, and that has to do with how the board will navigate being able to contract with nonprofit groups and outside contractors instead of having work done in-house by county employees. That one had a lot of concerns for local governments related to expenditures, vacancies in your departments, et cetera. So that's one of the big ones we're still waiting for him to act on. While the legislature wound down, the final month was really pretty intense. First, when they came back from their summer break in the middle of August, they tackled Proposition 50, or what would become Proposition 50. And then I was listening to your elections manager talk about some of the hiccups that came to be in the last week or so. The spelling or the typos that came out in the documents, that was, as I understand it, an LAO mistake. The LAO is responsible for providing a neutral analysis of what these propositions do, and there was a typo in their materials, and that triggered the additional mailing. So that really took about a week of time off the table as the legislature went through the process of getting Prop 50 on the ballot. And so they really only had 3 weeks left to work out a significant number of policy issues that were in addition to all the bills, all the hundreds of bills that they had to get to the governor before the end of session. Notably, they did finally get agreement on most of the issues they were trying to work on. Grid regionalization, until this law takes effect, California has its own isolated grid. We don't really share, we're not interconnected with the other states. And now we will be, it's the Western Grid regionalization effort. It should reduce costs for ratepayers. I know that cost of living is an enormous burden for a lot of folks, and that grid regionalization effort is supposed to help reduce the cost of electricity by having a grid that can move power between states. Sometimes our wind blows and our sun shines, and we can export the extra to other states now. And if it's not sunny and our wind is not blowing, we may be able to receive more power from other sources in other states, and that should ultimately lower the cost of electricity. There was also a piece of legislation passed that would allow Kern County to sort of get out of the litigation potholes they kept falling into with issuing drilling permits for new wells in Kern County, because we have our own special blend of fuel in California that's not used anywhere else. Our oil supply is vital to keeping costs low, and that bill passed. It was kind of a shocking turn of events there, but it is intended to help get more oil while we continue the transition to a carbon neutral future. But in the meantime, we still have an economy that's relying on oil, and our gas prices are higher here in California. They were also trying to keep the Valero refinery open that's in the East Bay in Benicia, but they were not able to find a way to keep that operational. Valero gave notice to the California Energy Commission that they're planning on reducing or shuttering that refinery in the first quarter of 26. It's possible, if there's some sort of agreement, the legislature could come back either this year in a special session or work on something very early in 2026 to keep Valero operations open in Benicia. It will have huge impacts on the local economy, as well as potentially on our gas supplies. So there is some ongoing conversation there, but nothing got done at the end of session, and more to come on that. The Cap and Trade program, or it's now being referred to as Cap and Invest, that program was extended for 15 years, and there were some dedicated resources to wildfire prevention, which is obviously of import to the county. And then there was this other issue, which you will see, your constituents will see, you will see as a ratepayer of PG&E's. After Tubbs, Thomas, and Paradise, when a utility causes a fire, the insurance companies, and we're in the middle of this insurance crisis, the insurance companies have to pay out, but they can subrogate back the funding from a wildfire fund that was set up by Senator Dodd in legislation he passed before he termed out. That wildfire fund is almost insolvent, and it looks like with what's going on with the Eaton fire that occurred in January, it's possible that Southern California Edison is going to be found liable for that fire, and the insurance companies need to be able to call on that fund to pay out the billions of dollars, or to reimburse themselves for the billions that they have had to pay out for that fire. And so the way that fund is going to be replenished is partially on ratepayers' backs. And it'll be about $9 billion that ratepayers pay over the next several years to refund, to replenish that fund. And so that will be something that you'll see coming. The other revenue to complete that wildfire fund and topping it back off will come from the utilities. I don't know how they do that without also taking it from ratepayers, but that's how that's supposed to work. And then finally, there was a great amount of consternation over Proposition 4, which was approved last year. That's the $10 billion resources bond. It didn't seem like we were going to see any money proposed for expenditure out of it. And then finally, about a third of it was proposed for expenditure in the final budget deal, SB 105, that was sent to the governor in the last week of session. What that will then trigger is the regulatory agencies, the departments that allocate those funds will stand up the grant application process, and local governments and special districts and other groups will be able to apply for funding and out of Prop 4 to do certain climate resiliency projects. So with that, I'm happy to kind of pivot over to what we're looking for in 26 and then take some questions. Obviously, the impacts of HR 1, we're still learning how counties will be impacted. I want to really, for the benefit of the public, CMSP, Mendocino County is a member of the County Medical Services Program, CMSP. That was stood up a couple decades ago, and that is the entity that provides medical insurance coverage to individual adults that are otherwise unable to get insurance, or referred to as medically indigent. That is a requirement that counties have through Section 17,000 of the Welfare and Institutions Code. Because of the way that HR 1 is structured, The DACA kids have already, their insurance has been revoked already. Obviously, we're going to see the undocumented population potentially struggling to receive Medi-Cal benefits due to the reimbursement issues that are going to start to materialize. And then also there are work requirements going forward in HR 1 that folks may not be able to meet. And then they may come back to the county because they were going to lose their subsidy, which helps them get insurance through Covered California or the Health Benefits Exchange. And then there are the other folks that are here legally but are also going to lose their subsidies because of HR 1. And at a certain point, it's likely that those people that have been receiving the subsidy and are lawfully here may have to make a financial decision to forego health insurance, because if the subsidy being taken away then results in it being half of their monthly income to pay for their health benefits, they may just stop paying their health insurance. And then those populations come back to the county. And that starts really in early 27, which seems like a long time from now. But I really want to emphasize for you, and I know your department head staff know this already, but it takes the state about a year to stand up systems and programs. And a lot of counties the counties that are not part of CMSP may have shut down their medically indigent adult programs. And so counties are going to be scrambling to stand up programs to bring this population back onto their rolls. You are required to cover a lot of these folks just because of the way that the statute is written. So there's a lot of concern amongst all counties. CMSP, again, is a little bit different because you have this sort of middleman CMSP that still exists. It's been providing services to medically indigent adults since the Affordable Care Act was passed. It's a much smaller population. But the caution I want to make, and the work that I think we're all going to be working on together in 26, is that CMSP had a reserve that was a one-time allocation from the federal government once the Affordable Care Act was passed. And this reserve has sat and being slowly spent down. But because there was a reserve, the state in 2019-20 passed as part of the budget, they turned off the realignment funding that comes to CMSP to provide the care for Mendocino County medically indigent adults, because they were able to draw down the reserve. If all of the population comes back to CMSP that is currently at Covered California because they're going to lose their subsidy, that statewide amount for all the CMSP counties it would be over $1 billion a year that it would cost. And the reserve that CMSP has is only a couple $100 million. It would be gone in 2.5 or 3 months. And so I think that one of the things we're going to be working on is figuring out how we're going to make sure that counties have what they need through HR 1 to provide services. Otherwise, your hospital will become overwhelmed, your emergency departments will become overwhelmed, and it would be uncompensated care that you would have to then compensate for. So it's a pretty alarming situation. There are some folks that are meeting on a weekly and biweekly basis that we're participating in, trying to position counties as best as possible with the administration to make sure that you have the resources needed as this population either loses their insurance because of their status or has to forego insurance because the subsidy going away means that they can't afford their insurance anymore. Obviously, Prop 50, if it passes, could make some changes in the legislature. Folks that may be that weren't running for Congress before might be running for Congress. It could change some dynamics. And as a result of that, actually, I just wanted to flag, you have benefited greatly from having Senator McGuire as your senator for the last 11 years. He will be termed out in 1 more year. It's always wonderful when county supervisors get elected to the legislature because they understand what you do and they can appreciate the impacts some legislation may have on your operations and your fiscal health. He will be termed out, and he was also the pro tem of the Senate for the last 2 years, and he will be stepping down next month. From that role, Senator Monique Limon from the Central Coast will be taking over as pro tem of the Senate. On his way out the door, the senator did work to secure some things for his district that he took some heat for, but it's not all that often that the North Coast has a leader in either house. So he was really working hard for you till the very end in his role as pro tem, and we will definitely miss him being in that position. He's got great staff, which I'm sure the supervisors already know, and we will be missing him and his role, and you'll have a new state senator on the ballot in 2026. But you've got an assembly member that's also great, very deeply rooted in the North Coast, and he's been wonderful as well to work with Assemblymember Rogers. And with that, I'll stop talking, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, any questions, comments? Well, I have a couple. So one is AB 531, which is the bill for geothermal to expedite the process, the CEQA process for geothermal exploration for projects under 50 megawatts. And that was authored by our Assemblyman Chris Rogers on behalf of Sonoma Clean Power. It's an item that we've had interest in because we have part of the geothermal zone that they're looking at in Mendocino County, along with Lake and Sonoma counties. And so that passed, is my understanding.
And I have good news for you. Actually, last night, the governor sent an update about 9 p.m. So the materials that you have in front of you are already out of date. He did sign that bill last night.
Right. And then also another one that's been of interest to our county has been the low intensity camping, which is AB 518. And that passed also.
Yes, he signed that last week. Yes.
Yeah. And I think what you said about Senator McGuire is very true. And we're seeing that with the Prop 4 money that we're getting $50 million for the Great Redwood Trail to finish up some of the projects and continue on with the environmental mitigation work that needs to be done for the railroad and completion of the Great Redwood Trail. So that's a real boon for Mendocino County and the North Coast. Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Curious, in the year ahead, do you see any opportunities for funding for roads? We don't generate enough tax revenue locally to maintain our roads. It's laughable when we look at what the state says we need to spend versus what we can raise in local taxes. We can't increase taxes, Prop 13, and what we get from SB 1 doesn't come close. What can we look forward to?
You don't pay me to lie to you. It's not great. I think the transition to electric vehicles has a direct impact on our gas tax generally, right? And that's a very hard issue to solve. The governor is also, I think, as he's looking towards where he's going to go next, even signing legislation to allow local agencies to go above their 10% cap. We've been hearing that the governor's been a little skeptical of allowing that unless the local measure is already passed, but it doesn't sound like that's a place you want to go. It's a very challenging situation for rural counties that have to maintain a lot of roads. You have, you don't have the population buying enough gas locally to fully outfit you financially. And because it is so formulaic and it is protected, like the interests that exist around the SB1 allocations are so entrenched in how that money goes out, that trying to pull it a little string to make it a little bit better for rural counties is you go up against this wall of folks that don't want any changes to how the formula works. I just don't have a good suggestion for you. We would be I think if we talk to the legislature about it, they'd say we'll try to do a local roads tax, and those are there's no guaranteeing it would pass. And I think right now we're looking at folks that are already struggling with the cost of living, and it just seems like a hard time to ask folks to pay more for their gas tax when it's already so expensive to buy gas here. And it's, as I was, when I was describing the Valero situation, it seems like it's going to get even more expensive, barring some major development in the next couple of months between the state and Valero. So I just don't have a good suggestion for you right now, other than what we get told, which is local gas tax measure. And I don't think, it doesn't seem like that's a palatable concept for you.
Thank you for the frankness.
Okay, Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, thank you, Karen, for the presentation today and all the work you do on behalf of Mendocino County. Thank you, Supervisor Williams, for the question about our state funding for road maintenance, which is not enough, to say the least. My question for you is more generally speaking, can you share a little bit about the state's financial outlook for the next fiscal year and what we can expect to see in terms of the state budget process?
Sure. Sorry for piling on also, because I'm going to give you more bad news. Not really a joke. For the benefit of the public, California's budget is really tied more to the stock market than the regular economic indicators that we see. So when we have a great month on Wall Street, the amount of wealth that generates in some quarters of our state has an outsized impact on our revenue streams. So if you think capital gains and personal income tax are directly tied to how the stock market's doing. So when we have a good month on Wall Street, California has a better month, to report cash receipts. And because the stock market is still seemingly kind of humming along, I know there's been a little bit of ups and downs, but there's been some big gains. NVIDIA, for example, they're a California-based company. When they have a good month, we have a good month. So even on the 10th of every month, for those of you that are gluttons for punishment, on the 10th of every month, the state controller publishes what's called the cash receipts report, which is the revenue snapshot for the month before. How did it match the projected expenditures and the projected revenues? Because obviously at certain times of the year, revenues are way up when we pay our taxes, our annual taxes, and then when corporations pay their quarterly taxes. So we had a better than expected month for the month of September. It was a little over $2 billion to the good. That's great. That's like a 0.5% of our state's budget. So even when we have those slightly better months, in context of the overall spending plan, which is over $300 billion, $2 billion it's great, but it's not, wiping our brow and thinking we're out of the woods, because the impacts on international trade will continue to be felt, and it seems like the pain could get worse there, and that will have an impact on the stock market, which will have an impact on California's revenue picture. So going into the January 10 budget, which the governor is building right now, he's got to use the data that he's got. So he'll put something out January 10th that will be his final spending plan. So that's also going to be how he exits his governorship. That budget will be his final budget. That budget, going back to what I was talking about with HR 1, that budget's got to figure out what to do for the second half of the budget year, because the state budget is July 1 to June 30. So when the governor puts out his 26-27 budget, which he'll put out his first version of it will be January 10th, then half of that budget has to get us through for the first 6 months of HR 1's impacts. And for a guy that is seemingly running for president, I don't know that he wants to propose new revenues, meaning new taxes, to help offset the impacts of all those folks losing their insurance subsidies and needing to call on state and local resources to get their health insurance. So that budget is a lot of folks are going to be very interested to see what's he going to do about Section 17,000 of the Welfare Institutions Code. Is he going to increase funding to local governments that are, counties deliver those services on behalf of the state. So the state needs to make sure there's enough money for you to be able to do what you're required to do by their own rules. They got to have the money follow it. So, but how much will the governor try to do all that within existing revenue streams? Because the managed care tax is in big trouble too. The HR 1 has created some legal jeopardy around the legality of the managed care tax, which is basically California taxing the health insurance companies who then pay the tax, but then that money is then used to pay for the medical services that go back to those entities, and then there's a match that you get from the federal government. That tax is in legal jeopardy, and then I don't know that the governor is going to want to propose a new source of revenue to fund it. So I would say that we're treading water financially right now. We could start to slip under the surface if something happens to the stock market as a result of international events or whatever may change what's going on in the stock market. And then that will have huge impacts on what our spending plan can look like. We still have some money in reserves. They haven't spent down all of it, which is a good thing. But you could see some really painful deferrals. You know, the Don Peterson, for those of you who know that name, he would say, you know, when the state budget catches cold, counties get pneumonia, because if they start to shift more to you, but the money doesn't follow it, it really has an outsized impact on county fiscal affairs, because the state doesn't usually alleviate you of your responsibilities, even though they cut the funding that goes along with it. So I would say it's pretty bleak, even though we're still numerically doing okay month to month, but a really big swing in the stock market, or no relief when HR1 starts to become really impactful on the state. Those are things that could very swiftly make things very ugly. And so we're all holding our breath, hoping that there's some inventive solution, or something changes at the federal level during this shutdown and the subsidies are in some ways restored, because that has a huge impact on the counties. Sorry for being depressing, but again, you don't pay me to mislead you.
Thank you, Karen.
Sure.
Okay. And just one further comment of going back to the roads issue is that, you know, I've been on CalCog for the last half dozen years, and CSAC meetings, and we've talked about this issue of the declining gas tax because of the number of electric cars on the road. And it just seems like the state needs to do something about it. There's so much talk for many years without action on it, and we're losing billions of dollars in that gas tax.
Yeah.
So,
The one alternative is actually terrible for you and your constituents, which is, instead of a gas tax, is it vehicle miles traveled? Because then that's based on how much you use the roads. But folks that are in ag, and hearing you guys discussing before I came on about the fallowed, or the the vineyards, that it doesn't make any sense to pick the grapes. It's more expensive to pick them than to leave them. Those industries, agricultural industries, would be incredibly harmed by like agricultural communities, rural communities. Your constituents would be harmed by a VMT based revenue stream for road maintenance, and add to that EVs are much heavier than internal combustion engine cars, because the battery packs are so heavy. So moving to EVs and having the gas tax revenue associated with maintenance diminish at the same time that the road wear and tear is compounding because of the weight of the vehicles, it's a very tough spot. And doing something that's based on how much you're using the roads actually hurts rural residents more, because you have to drive farther to get your grocery store or get your kids to school or get to your
there's
job.
lots of issues involved in it, but it just seems like something needs to happen, and you know, direction needs to be pursued by the legislature. So
Yeah, it's a struggle for them to get to that. There's a pilot discussion around the VMT issue, but again, it becomes immediately fraught for legislators that represent the rural areas. And you've had a very effective legislator working on your behalf, as president pro tem of the Senate. So this is a consistent theme across counties. And I'm sure if there are suggestions that you have, your legislators, I'm sure, would welcome solutions.
all right. Well, thank you. Seeing no further, Supervisor Mulherin.
Thank you. Good morning. I had a couple of questions more about your representation of the county regarding legislative issues. So my questions were around most of our department heads and the Board of Supervisors, the Executive Office, are members of organizations such as CSAC, RCRC, district attorneys, probation officers, many statewide organizations. Can you describe for the board and the public the services that you provide to this agency versus what those other organizations do?
Absolutely. We go through So just sort of like what's our day like for you? Every morning, go through the introduced and amended bills, knowing that there are certain bills that you as a county would prioritize taking a position on. So for example, AB8, I think, is a really good example. That is not a statewide issue, right? Well, it sort of was for the public health officers, but you had a very different set of concerns related to the impacts on your cannabis industry than counties that don't have a grow industry in their county. So we would track those and flag them for Kelly. Our process is always to work through Kelly, and we will send her, hey, this bill got introduced. You should take a look at this. Or this one was amended. So AB8, every single time that one got amended, she got a fresh email to make sure we are reflecting where the board wants to be on that bill, and in our engagement with the statewide associations and the Department of Cannabis Control. So we try to be very specific about, we know that the county of Mendocino, your board, cares about this issue. We participate in weekly meetings that CSAC convenes, which is all the contract lobbyists like myself that work for individual boards of supervisors. And then most of the statewide associations lobbyists participate. So the sheriff, their probation lobbyists are on these weekly meetings. So we're trying to coordinate as best as we can where something might impact only the largest counties, or really AB 470 that died. And we could talk a lot. I'm sure that you heard plenty from AT&T. That bill had an outsized impact on rural counties and the North Coast. You have power outages, so if you have no power, you have no internet service that's land-based, which means you can't call 911 if you don't have a copper phone line running into your house. So when bills like that we know have a specific impact on rural counties or on Mendocino in particular, those we are coordinating closely with Kelly on. We also keep track of where the statewide associations are on bills. Sometimes they need the individual counties to take positions. Sometimes you don't want to take a position as an individual county and you want to work through the statewide associations because something is a little bit sensitive, or you really just need all 58 to take the lead, and we try to coordinate as best as we can. But even if a county is not taking a position, if we know there are concerns that are specific to Mendocino, we're still communicating those to Assemblyman Rogers' office and Senator McGuire's office to say, hey, you're not going to see a position on this, but these are the concerns that they have. So it is issue by issue. We try to make sure that we're getting the things we know you care about raised to Kelly, and then getting direction back from her as to whether or not the county as a standalone body wants to take a position versus working through the statewide associations. There's various reasons for why you would let the statewide association take a lead on something, but if it's something that is not a statewide priority for those associations because it doesn't impact all 58, you still need to be able to elevate that concern for the county. And so we do that specifically, and AB8 I think is probably the most recent example of that. And in the end, you withdrew your opposition unless amended position, but only after coordinating with your local grower representatives to make sure that they were comfortable too. So there's and I don't, CSAC, I was sort of monitoring it, and I think the public health officers had a position, and they were more concerned about the public health aspect of intoxicating hemp versus the impacts of the existence of that product and what it's doing to your cannabis growers. So when we need to distinguish the Mendocino County issue, we can do that. And then if we were just going to coordinate with the other statewide associations, we do that too. It depends on, it's issue by issue. I hope that makes sense. And if it didn't, I could try to say it a different way.
No, that's okay. Thank you for the answer. I guess the other question that I have is you all represent about 10 of the 58 counties. And so my question for you is, do you think that Mendocino County is getting the best value for their money with your contract? I'm researching this item. I looked at several other counties and their contracts, and I could describe Mendocino County's vague as at best. And so, in your opinion, is Mendocino County maximizing the usage of your firm?
We could do more if you want more. Some counties have legislative subcommittees that we participate in on that are Brown acted meetings. We can do that. We do what we get directed to do. We try to give as many data points or points of consideration to your CO's office, hey, we think you might want to get involved here. We do help coordinate between Kelly and her peers in other counties, where, especially on 470, the carrier of last resort bill, trying to, really establish a block in the North State that had a concern with that bill. So we try to not waste your money. I don't want to ever be in front of the board and being told that we didn't do anything for you. That's not a good feeling. If you want to see more official interactions between our office and the board, a way to do that would be to have a legislative subcommittee that we engage with and go through legislation. Otherwise, we coordinate with Kelly and she tells us what to do, and she gives us direction. We sort of like your department staff. We have to take direction from you, and we work for all 5 of you. If 3 of you want to take a position and tell us to go do something, we're happy to do it. As we continue to work for you over the years, we learn new things that matter to you. I didn't know what intoxicating hemp was 3 years ago, and now I know more than I think I ever wanted to know, but I know that it matters to Mendocino County. And so next year, when we see more intoxicating hemp legislation come through, we will be referring that immediately to the county and asking for direction on what you want us to do. So we can do more if the county wants to engage more in the legislative process, but also we've had plenty. I mean, we are in our almost daily communication with your staff, and so if there's more than you want to see about that, and we're happy to explore that. And then every Friday, we put out a publication that your CO's office receives that goes through everything we think counties should care about based on the 20 years of lobbying I've done for counties, and that document is purely for county supervisors and county administrators and people in Kelly's position to understand what the governor's been doing, what your legislators are doing, and what grants might become available, where something's out for comment, because of course a lot of the regulatory agencies, when they do the guidelines or if they set up the rules for how you can be eligible for state funding, a lot of that is driven by the comment process while the regulation is being stood up. We try to make sure that you're seeing that, and if you want to engage, you can engage. We're also very mindful of the fact that smaller counties have less resources, and you don't necessarily have the size staff that you can chase everything. So we try to be mindful of that when we're engaging with your county administrator's office, that there could be capacity issues, and that's why, for example, on 470, we were trying to bring everyone together along the North Coast so that staff were able to work with each other. We knew where other counties were and tried to bring that kind of coalition together to maximize the punch for the size of the counties that were having concerns with that bill.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right, seeing no further questions from the board, we'll go to public comment. Seeing no public comment in the chambers, any online?
Seeing one, Chess.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. I wanted to ask the attorney, I spoke with a military historian, and he said that the undocumented pay taxes, but that there's no account where this money goes. It just disappears, as far as I know. He didn't say, the historian. So if they pay taxes, shouldn't they get medical care?
Yeah, could you state your name again, please?
Chess.
Chess. Okay.
CHESS, yes.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Karen, did you get that question?
Yes, the decision about the healthcare coverage issue, that was in a federal piece of legislation. It's just that it has impacts on the state of California. So the question would be then, what is the state going to potentially do to help is the state going to find a solution for that population? Yes, they pay sales tax, income tax. So it just goes and it's remitted the same way that anybody who pays tax at the grocery store and Target or wherever, they do pay taxes. But the state has to decide what policy it wants to pursue when it comes to that population, because the federal government has clearly made its decision, and now the state has got to make some decisions about how we're going to navigate the impacts of HR1 and people's access to affordable healthcare, regardless of status.
Yeah, and I think the question was, do undocumented people pay taxes? And of course they do, through sales tax, through income tax, through all those others that everyone else pays.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any other online comments?
Seeing no further comments online.
Okay, we'll look back to Ms. Hanson.
Unit and Legislative Affairs. If I might for just a second, what really drives the legislative platform and activities is the legislative platform that is written and approved by the board every year. So right now we're starting that cycle. We're in the process of drafting the 2026 legislative platform. And this is what we use as a direction for our legislative actions in Sacramento. So every year, all of our departments submit their comments. The board obviously submits their comments as well and provides their edits. The public has an opportunity to provide their comments into this. And this really is the document that drives a lot of the comments that we provide to Sacramento and our representatives there. This is the document that our lobbyist reviews and helps us understand what we're going to be taking positions on. We also get requests from our department heads to take positions on different bills throughout the year, and then we look to our legislative platform on whether they're in alignment and whether we're going to be sending a letter in support or opposition. If a letter is not directly tied to something in the legislative platform, it does have to come before the Board of Supervisors and reviewed before it's sent. So everything has to be in alignment with the board, and even letters that we do send that are in alignment with the platform have to come back and are ratified by this, so that there is full transparency and the board is aware of what is going on with the legislative affairs. So the direction is that Karen's team gets is in alignment with everything that is an open and fair process here with the board, and developed as a team with our departments, with the public, with the board. So that it's a collaborative process.
All right, thank you.
Chair, if I may,
CEO.
I would just like to add, I really appreciate the firm. They have been extremely helpful, particularly the last couple of years. We don't have the bandwidth to follow and stay on top of everything that they do for us. Kelly's relatively new and has embraced this role fully, so I really appreciate Kelly's work, but having the firm behind us to prod us when we need to be prodded, to pay attention to the bills that are included and the items that are included in our ledge platform that you all helped develop, which will be in front of the GGC later this month, is a critical part to starting it. We've had a pre-meeting with Kelly and her team earlier this month or at the end of last month to try and okay, where are we at? What do we need to be thinking about? And starting those discussions. So it is very valuable to staff. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Kelly, and thank you, Karen, for those presentations. All right, since, let's see, do we need a motion on that since it was a report and there's no action? Just to accept it? Okay.
Charlotte Scott, County Council, the recommended action is to accept the presentation.
Okay. So we get a motion to accept it.
Move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Let's vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right, it's 10:23, and the next item is probably going to take us a bit. So let's take a break right now for 10 minutes and come back at 10:33.
Prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streets2creeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit mendoready.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poop, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
And we're on item 4C, which is discussion and possible action, including approval or denial of requests from department heads and elected officials regarding budget impacts, funding, and recruitment of vacant or new positions following the strategic hiring process. Okay, we'll look to the CEO.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. You have some hard decisions here. You have a handful of departments in front of you today requesting to fill positions. There is no doubt all the positions provide needed and mandated services. The county currently has 68 positions in some form of recruitment, not including those presenting to you today. As you know, we are operating this current fiscal year in a deficit and projecting a $16 million deficit for fiscal year 26-27, not to mention the impacts of H.R. 1 and the state budget, of which you just heard. The fiscal team, with the help of the departments, are presenting first quarter financial data on November 4th. We will be able to provide more current fiscal information at that time as we expect the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector to have closed fiscal year 24-25. With that, I turn to HR to lead the item.
Good morning, Sherry Johnson, Human Resource Director. So today we have 4 departments and offices coming forward to speak. We will have the District Attorney's Office, the Assessor Clerk Recorder, Health Services, and the Library. So if it's okay with the Chair, I'll just have the department start, unless you have specific questions for me.
We have one question, comment.
Yeah, thank you. Could, during this process with all the departments, did they all reach out to you in the beginning and work with HR to get through this?
I worked with closely with one department, and we provided some information to others, like a spreadsheet. We provided the template to make it more concise for the board to see. So I had sent out several emails, but wasn't aware of some of the presentations until late. So I didn't have an opportunity to work closely with the majority of them.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we'll start with the district attorney.
Good morning, folks. Back again. I'm Scott McMenemy, the Assistant DA. Just as a side note, I was very happy to see all the 4-H kids. I was involved in 4-H for many years. I'm here to talk about recruitment of vacant positions. We're simply asking you to put back on the table 4 positions that you'd considered or already had taken away. These positions were budgeted already, starting back in February of this year. They were funded but not filled, so they're in fact not really costing the county any money at this time. The first position is a senior legal assistant, which acts as a paralegal. You know, the district attorney's office is not in the business of making money for the county, but that position in fact does make money for the county because that position fulfills an asset forfeiture requirement. It's currently being done to some extent by a district attorney investigator who's a peace officer, a much more expensive person to have doing that type of work than what we can get done for the same quality of work as a paralegal. The second position is a staff assistant 2 position. I've got another member of my staff who's going to talk to you more about that, but that basically is a victim witness person who does the clerical work, the reception work, the mailing of letters, the talking to the public about scheduling meetings with advocates. And right now we've got an advocate who's having to do that. It's not a cost-effective way to do business, and it's a disservice to the public, frankly. The third and fourth position are both DDA positions. That's Deputy District Attorney. As you know, they start with a DDA 1, which is about all we can recruit nowadays because it's the pickings are so slim. And then it goes to 2, 3, 4, and then Chief Deputy, which we're not even asking to get that position back today at this time. But the 3s and 4s are just absolutely critical to public safety. They're the heart and soul of the district attorney's office. They handle the wide variety of felony cases to protect the public. So in a nutshell, we're simply asking that the board put back on the position table and give us the ability to recruit for these positions. And as you know, in a rural county, it's exceptionally difficult to hire people to fill these positions. And I thank you for your time. Any questions?
Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
So I don't want the board to micromanage the district attorney's office. That's not our job. But it is our job to ensure that we're not allocating more funds than we have, right? County Budget Act, GAN limit in the state constitution. Where is the district attorney's office on overall reducing expenditures by 6%? Because I'm impartial to what positions your office needs. You can have whatever positions you want, but overall there needs to be a 6% reduction. Can we see that strategic plan?
On October 2nd of this year, a detailed memorandum was submitted to the Human Resources Director. I don't know if you've had an opportunity to review that or not. Had you had that opportunity, you would realize that the district attorney will meet its 6% reduction.
6% over last year's budget number?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams, it is in that October 2nd memo that we received.
So,
and it says the DA will meet the 6% requirement. Is that your question?
the question is how, and I guess secondarily, can you confirm that the district attorney is not over budget for the current fiscal year? Because if we're saying that the 6% will be met, but we've already exceeded the budget, I'm not sure how to reconcile. I wonder if would the executive office have any numbers?
I currently do not have any numbers. I do believe their financial person is here. She may be able to respond.
That's not me.
It's not me either. But you see what I'm getting at. This is going to be the case for all of the departments coming forward. This county can't spend more than it has. That's the core of it. I don't know exactly what we have. I'm not getting detailed numbers on, the books aren't closed. We don't know what we've spent to date. I don't want to say, yeah, go ahead and hire a position and find out we're over budget, because it means we're going to come back to you and say, hey, we got to get rid of a position. We need a layoff. I don't think any of us want to be in that predicament where we have to reduce staffing. So I'm very nervous about approving additional hiring, not knowing if we can afford it.
That's why we have a budget process that starts earlier in the year. Any other questions?
So, Chair, if I may add,
Yes.
I think Mr. McMenemy mentioned the deputy DAs, and we do currently have deputy district DAs. We have 3 of those positions in the recruitment out of the 68 I mentioned earlier. So 3 of those are moving.
Okay. Well, going to Supervisor Williams' comments, it is hard to make this process work when we don't have the big picture of where we are with meeting that 6% reduction goal, right? And it says here that they will meet the 6% requirement. I guess the question is, like, how are they going to meet it? And do we have those budgetary numbers to satisfy our need to make sure we're doing the right decision as far as the budget's concerned, right?
Chair, I'm having a hard time understanding how that requirement can be met when the only action that's proposed is additional hiring. To me, additional hiring drives up the cost of operations. It doesn't decrease at 6%. So I'd like to see the plan. What are the specifics? I'm not against the plan. I just haven't seen it.
Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, sir, thank you. Could you, before 2 weeks ago when the board removed those 4 positions, could you tell me how long they were vacant and how long you've been recruiting?
I can't, not in any great detail. I know, like the chief position, we've been recruiting for years, which is the amount of time it takes for that type of position. It's also true, frankly, for the DA4s now. They're just not available. They're just very hard to recruit for. As far as the length of time it takes, I can't tell you that.
Thank you.
Sure.
Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, I want to thank you for coming and having the conversation with the board today. Like my colleagues, I'm a little concerned while I see that there's a commitment to make this 6%. I'm not seeing a detail of how that's being met, and I have concerns around that. I operate on the trust but verify methodology, and so I would like to see that information.
All right, so let's see. What we'll do is if we wanted to take a straw poll right now of what to do with these positions, we could, and then we'll wrap it all up at the end after we hear from all the departments about getting a motion to approve or whatever that motion is. But is there some direction we want to give right now to this request that we're hearing? Supervisor Williams.
Well, I don't want to say no, but I would like to ask for additional documentation on strategically how the 6% reduction will be met.
Okay. Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, I can support that.
Okay, so what in essence we'll do with this department is we'll ask them to come back at the next meeting with that kind of documentation. Okay.
Very well.
And we'll take the motion at the end to kind of confirm all this after we hear from public comment and everything.
Thank you.
All right. Well, let's see. Well, so, okay.
I'll let you know who I am.
Yeah.
I work for the District Attorney's Office
Yeah.
as well. And good morning, Board, County Council, and CEO. I am Assistant Chief Investigator Brian Arrington. I, of course, work for the DA's office. I'm the direct supervisor for the position that's proposed for the Staff Assistant 2 position, which is in our Victim Witness office. I also am the direct supervisor of the investigator who does the asset forfeiture. So at the end, I can field any questions. I just wanted to inform you, I know you are in a hard spot. I've been here for almost 20 years. And like I said before in my accelerated speech and public speaking, or the public forum last time, I've been through hard times here. I'm a lifelong resident of Mendocino County. I work each day with the public, and I hear the gripes, much like you guys do as well. Victim witness, the staff assistant position up there, just for your knowledge to inform you, is the direct access to the public. So when somebody calls the district attorney's office and wants to speak with somebody about their case where they're a victim and a witness, they're going to contact this person directly. And they are responsible for doing the triage, for arranging meetings, for funneling them the resources that they need. And I will say, as I started as a deputy sheriff at the sheriff's office here, I went to detectives, and I had no idea what the district attorney's office did as far as the inner workings until I got there. The relationships that you have to form with these people to get cases through prosecution, it takes an extreme amount of energy. And our victim witness advocates do that every day, and they do an exceptional job at it. Right now, we're at the position where the victim witness advocates are taking on extra, like everybody in this county is, to try to get through this time. But it does take away from their reaching out to the underserved people in the communities, the far-reaching communities in Mendocino County. Crime doesn't differentiate whether you live in a small town or the town like Whitethorn or somewhere in the far reaches of this county. But each person is entitled to getting accurate representation from our victim witness advocates and services provided to them. So that is what our advocates do, and having a staff assistant 2 up there to triage and be the first person to free up them for their time, it allows us to provide resources to people who really, really need it. And oftentimes, we're usually only the only contact they have with the government. And we hear a lot of gripes about, you name it, because we go face-to-face with these people often and have to develop relationships with them. So we know sometimes more than we want to about their life, but they're able to tell us all of this. So these relationships are huge, and it differentiates from law enforcement because this is not just taking somebody to jail, getting a statement from somebody, providing resources on scene, and my life goes on, and I'll maybe see you in court. These are relationships that we have to have with these people over and over and over again. Sometimes through trial, you feel like you're a friend or a family member of these people. So that's where it becomes important for that staff assistant 2 position. As far as the senior legal analyst goes for our office, just to inform you guys, and I can answer any questions that you want. The current position that we have is one of our investigators is filling multiple roles. He's assisting with task force, he's assisting with asset forfeiture, he's assisting any kind of allied agency assistance that's needed from these agencies, as Fort Bragg Police Department, Willis Police Department, Ukiah Police Department, CHP, any one of these agencies, the Sheriff's Office, if they go down staff, we help. There's not a day that goes by that we're not called by a patrol officer or an investigator or anybody in the chain of command for assistance from our office. We have over 100 years of investigative experience with my unit. My people will do anything that's asked of them, and I know that, and I'm fully confident that they can do any investigation that is in front of them and do a great job at it. So we're in a position where one of our exceptional investigators is tasked with doing asset forfeiture clerical work. He's also doing legal document preparation, which he's capable of doing, but it also takes away from his work going after drug organizations or going after high complex investigations involving homicides, all the stuff of that nature. So more so, I just wanted to be up here to inform you all of what we do, and I respect what you guys do, and I've spoken with many of you, and I'm here to answer any questions if you have some.
Well, thank you very much for that, and we'll go to Supervisor Williams.
Are you familiar with the plan to reduce the overall spending by 6%?
I am not. I believe we're under budget as part of our internal budget conversations, but I don't know the nuances of that.
So you're under budget. What do you think your budget number is?
I don't want to speculate.
Okay. So I haven't seen it, so I'm in the dark, and I'm just poking around wondering, does anybody know? Those positions sound important. I don't have any issue with filling those, but I do ask every position that you fill, you need to remove another position that's already funded, right? Because what this board can't do is print money. We don't have anything to work with. We have negative, I don't know, 6 million, 10 million, 16 million, depending how you want to look at it. I don't want to lay off. I don't want to come back to you and say, well, you got to reduce staff. So the position every department is in is if you spend $1, you have to find where you can remove $1 somewhere else in your budget. Do you feel that that's being done with these positions? If we were to say yes, are we picking up an equal dollar amount of savings with reduction of another position?
I believe if my investigator is freed up, that'll save quite a bit of money. He is compensated at a higher rate. But I also believe too, and I've been here, when I was a deputy sheriff, they told me I was going to get laid off and I was brand new. I've been through this. I know the inner conversations that happen and the bleak outlook. I go down that road. I don't adhere to that. I believe to properly plan and keep a good outlook and do your best. Yeah. And whatever happens, happens, right? And so, but I also believe that public safety, and this is well spoken of everybody, public safety is a priority here in this county, especially with, there's not a lot of resources, and the people that come to us really need help. So we're not in a position where we could turn people away and say, hey, better luck tomorrow. Like, these people need immediate assistance, and people are scared when they come to us, and they're terrified. We need your help, right? And my boss does an exceptional job of making sure that these people stay in custody, right? But it takes a high-functioning group of individuals to work at an office that take in everything from law enforcement in the whole county and helps law enforcement in the whole county. And that's what I'm saying. It should be a priority for the board to put us of the highest recommendation to get this so we can adhere to this high standard that we have now.
Supervisor Mulheron.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. Can you describe the revenue generation that the senior legal assistant might provide? That box was marked yes in the spreadsheet. Is that a grant funded position, or what's the revenue generation opportunities? And maybe that's Mr. McMenemy that can answer that. I'm not sure.
He may answer that in a better way than I can, but are you talking about the position making money for the county? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, in the spreadsheet that was provided to the board, there's a column for revenue generating, and the three of the positions, the deputy district attorney 3, 4, and the staff assistant 2 were listed as not revenue generating. But this senior legal assistant says revenue generating yes, and so I was just wondering what that opportunity was.
Yes, I can explain a little bit. As far as the position of our offices in, we used to have a robust system of asset forfeiture. Okay, that's probably what they're referring to. The system used to be where task force was called out. There used to be 6 people in task force, and if there was a traffic stop or a large-scale investigation that led to a bunch of money and or seizing assets or property, the task force agents would go do it. We had a dedicated paralegal at our office which took care of everything and was really good at it, and we had no problems. Since she left and went elsewhere, we have a position with the county facing so much attrition that we have nobody that can do this. My person in my investigation unit is well versed at this, and he gets called out in the middle of the night to collect money from traffic stops, to get the money, to count the money, to make sure the money is correct. Because that's a big issue. And we take the money, deposit it, and it goes through asset forfeiture proceedings. That is on the forefront, an investigator who is doing that. We used to have the police officers go direct into our paralegal, which is now going to be our senior legal analyst, and deposit that money to them. And then that money goes into the asset forfeiture, we're sharing with the rest of the county. per the agreement in the MOU.
Okay, thank you.
Right, Supervisor
So
Williams.
my understanding with the asset forfeiture is that that money can't be used to supplant existing board approved. So if the board approves this particular position and it drives up our expenditures, we can't pay for it with the revenue that it brings in. It may be that there's a net increase in overall dollars, but this board doesn't have access, so it's not a way for us to balance the budget. Essentially, we're deficit spending, even if there's another account that has an increasing balance. You have any thoughts about that? And this gets back to, I appreciate the tone, this collaborative, right? I think you and I, in the board, we all want the same thing. We want to support public safety. It's a question of how do we do it without getting ourselves boxed in where we have to lay off. Can those details come back as part of the plan so that we can understand the strategy?
Yes, and I believe, to your point, I believe it's just an investment towards a process, right? And I believe that you cannot supplant with those gained funds from asset forfeiture, but you can buy vehicles, you can buy equipment, right? And that essentially frees up that money to budgets, right?
As a supervisor, I don't think I can propose spending that asset forfeiture money on vehicles that are otherwise planned for next year. If that came back as part of a strategic plan and I could put my eyes on it and see if there's a 6% reduction, there's a theory here to get us within break even, I could probably support it.
Sure.
I just don't have that plan in front of me today. So I look at the CEO and I know what she's thinking is, my board's about to spend money that we don't have. And I don't want to put her in that position because the next thing we ask her is, do you have a plan for balancing the budget? And she can't have one if we keep spending. So everyone in the room we need to avoid a fight, and we need to get together collaboratively and document how we think we're going to get through the next fiscal year.
And that's why we're still talking, so I appreciate it.
Right. Well, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
I think that this one department, really, for me, it's emblematic of what we're going through with this whole process, because the board has to kind of micromanage each of these positions, and yet we're saying you have to come up with 6% reduction for your department. So at what point, it's kind of like that point of, do we let the department figure out their 6% and just say, go do it, and you need to come in, that's your budget, don't go over? Or do we go through this process with them? And so I think, and then look at every position that comes up, and it's going to take hours and hours and hours throughout the year to go through this process each time. So it's kind of like what we're asking right now is for the district attorney or the district attorney to come back with their plan of how they're going to get to the 6%. And if they can show us that they can come up with the 6% reduction, then whatever they do with their positions it's beyond our control, or it's beyond us, because they know how to best deal with their department. So, Supervisor Williams.
Chair, I agree with you, but the point at which I would recognize a decrease in expenditure is when a position is deleted. Until the position is deleted, the fact that it's budgeted and it's not filled, I don't think we can treat it as towards a 6% reduction. So if a department wants to come in and say, here's a position that's more important than this other position, we want to hire one, we're going to delete a position. Once that position is deleted, I think we can recognize the decrease. What the position this board shouldn't be in is, we add a position, we fill it, there's still one on the books that we're considering to be our savings towards the 6%, and then the department recruits and fills it, right? We don't have enough money to pay for both positions in that scenario. And I think it's very easy for that to happen, that every department will come forward and say, we have justification. The truth is, these departments are all underfunded. They all have good reasons to hire. But justification doesn't create dollars.
Yeah. That's the point we're in. But so it's like, who's going to determine whether that 6% is being met or not?
I think that is our job. And the way we do it is we let the departments make a proposal in writing, showing the strategy, that there's a solid plan. We look it over. We either approve it or we ask for more information.
Well, I guess that goes back to our agenda item that we proposed in May that was passed by the board, that of getting each department to come up with their 6% reduction plan.
And it hasn't happened.
Well, I guess I'll look to the CEO. Has that happened?
I'll look to Mr. Rakes to help me out if I forget something. Some of the departments worked with us very closely in the beginning during the budget development, and I could say, yes, they've met their 6%, others have not. And so we have not seen it on every single department. I don't know if Tony has anything else to add.
Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, I just want to point out a part of this agenda item 4C, the agenda summary specifically asks for funding, how the position will be funded in their current approved budget while maintaining the 6% reduction in salaries and benefits based on the overall county attrition rates. And so that's something that we expect and need to have from each department as a part of this conversation.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, here's an analogy. It's like when people ask the county to put up speed limit signs. Speed limit signs don't decrease speeding unless there's enforcement. Unless there's enforcement of the rules that we've already set, you show up and you show us a strategic plan of how you're going to get to your 6% reduction. I don't believe it'll happen because no department wants to, and they shouldn't want to, reduce their spending. They already can't meet mandates. That's clear. Every department in this county, I'm sure that they're picking and choosing which mandates they're going to meet. There's not enough money in any of the departments to do what needs to be done. They certainly can't meet public expectations. So we're putting this enormous burden on. We also want you to remove 6%, right? Do more with less. The only way we're going to get there is that we enforce it. And the way we enforce it is we hold the line that across every department, you have to put together a strategic plan and show it to us and have us understand it. Because ultimately, that is our job, to understand the proposed spending before we make approvals.
Well, that goes back to that big picture question I had before, is how are we seeing that and how are we determining each department's, progress towards that 6% reduction? And I think Supervisor Mulheron brought that up several months ago about we need to see department by department how we're doing in that, reaching that goal.
Chair, I think the way we get there is we say no until it's attached to the agenda item. Until there's adequate proof that there's a strategic plan, we say no to any hiring.
Well, that's one way, and it would be going through this process the whole time. The other way is we had an agenda item. We said we wanted that 6%. Why aren't we getting that 6% plan from each department?
Is that just in general, or are you looking for a response?
Yeah,
John, I would say lack of accountability. I mean, that's how the public sees it. What do you want to do about it?
CEO.
Yeah, if you make that directive again and you set that expectation for November 4th, we'll definitely try to include it with the departments that will provide the information. Also want to state that we have been reporting on the payroll because that's the only one we can report on until the books are closed. So trying to report on expenditures at this point is early for us because we have not closed 24-25, thus July, August, and September have not been closed. That would show up all the expenses and all the transactions between the line items. So again, the only one we have a true report on at this time is a budget to actuals would be payroll.
All right, and that was one of the things I brought up, I think, last meeting of, with that plan for achieving the 6% reduction, saying, okay, 50% is going to be from the 1000 series, 50% from the 2000 series, or whatever that ratio is that they have come up with for their department. And then we'd be able to see at least if they're on track for that 50% for the 1,000 series, because it sounds like that's the only window we have right now into the budget. Supervisor Williams.
Withdrawn.
Supervisor Klein.
So a clarifying question for CEO Antle. Is it a reasonable expectation to believe that this information can be produced by each department for the November 4th conversation about where we are for the current fiscal year?
Yes. I think that's a reasonable expectation.
Thank you.
Okay, so do we want to give direction to staff or make a motion to kind of put that direction that staff will come back at the November 4th meeting with that kind of information about each department's plan for how they're going to achieve the 6% reduction? Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so moved. And I would add no future agenda items asking for department hiring until the 6% reduction plan has been approved.
I'll second that.
Supervisor Klein.
From what we're hearing from CEO Antle and from conversations from our ad hoc, it sounds like some of the departments already have this information put together. So it'll be good to have a complete picture from all departments.
Okay, I'm going to turn to County Council for this. That we have a motion, a second on the floor. That should we go to public comment for this, or should we wait on voting on it, or we've got these other departments out there, so.
Charlotte Scott County Council, I believe you should take public comment. I think how you had summarized you would approach this item would be to hear from each department and in between each item poll as to the particular department. I hear that you also have some direction to staff for a future meeting. I think we've likely taken notes. I've taken notes as to what that proposed motion is at the end of all items. I think then you could go through each motion or a comprehensive motion.
Okay, is that acceptable process? Okay, so we will continue on with our presentation. So we're going to the assessor's office.
Good morning, Katrina Bartlemy, Assessor, County Clerk Recorder, and with me I have Amanda Wolter, our budget person, and also our Assistant Clerk Recorder, Registrar of Voters, and Tanya Mounts, our Assistant Assessor. We're sorry that we even have to be up here. We don't like being in here. We don't want to, do this. My big question is right now is shouldn't we kind of delay this until after we've closed the roll? Because not to be a brat, but this is kind of a waste of time right now. So, maybe we should come back after this because we've already spent over a week on this and we're in the middle of a big election. We will not be in here on November 4th. I'll tell you that right now. November 4th is election day. So either we can go ahead with our presentation now or we can do it after November 4th. What do you guys think? I mean, I don't mean to be forward
I
like
totally
that.
understand what you're saying. And so let's see, Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, thank you for that. I would support you coming back after. I understand the situation that you're in. I would also support you wanting to present today. If you've got work that you feel is more important to get back into your office, I completely understand.
We're ready to present. I just don't want to, have to repeat it again later. But anyway, we have at least 5 vacancies in our office. And what we're proposing right now is just 2 of them. And that's the appraiser position, our real property appraiser 1, which is our Ukiah area, which is our largest area that we have. And then also a clerk recorder position, which is a recorder. right now we have 2 doing the job of 3, and they're starting to stress out about the whole thing. It's a lot of work for 2 people. They can't take lunch hours at the same time. They can't, it's just a lot of work, and they still have to do their mandated work. I'm worried that if we aren't able to hire another recorder, that our recording times are going to be extended, and that we may lose our $1 a document fee that we're allowed to have right now, because we can record in a timely manner and get it back to the people. So the positions that we have vacant completely are, we have 2 assessor clerical people, staff assistant 2, and they play a huge part in our daily working. They do exemptions, they deal with the public, but they are not generating revenue. We also have which you all helped me get, a real property appraiser tech, and we normally have 3 of them. We have 2 of them right now, so we're not asking for that one right now. That one is not an actual generating. Back to the clerical, we normally have 3 clerical positions, and we have 1 right now. So we're kind of messed, in a lurch with that. Amanda can give you the budgetary items, and Tanya can go over what they do and the projected revenue. So of course, we believe that the appraiser position generates revenue, and their wages would not supersede the revenue that they generate. So as well as the clerk recorder position. So she can give you the actual figures.
Okay, before that Supervisor Williams.
I'd rather hear the figures first.
Okay, all right. Amanda.
This has already been uploaded to the item. I'll start with the assessor clerk recorder. I believe it's attachment 6 on the agenda. So, one second. So here is kind of based off of what we had submitted during proposed. This is our salary projections. What you'll see is we have both blue and red text. The red is what we currently have vacant. So we're holding 4 positions vacant in the assessor clerk recorder. The blue ones are the changes that have happened since proposed. So we've had a couple remote. We were to we underfill staff assistant 3s with the staff assistant 2. So these are kind of what I have projected as what is going to be the changes to our current salary projections in our 1000 series in our assessor. At the bottom, you'll see that with the current 25-26 projection with vacancies, we are looking at a savings of approximately $380,000, just because we are holding those 4 vacancies. If you look under there, our proposed hiring for this fiscal year, we're thinking about hopefully hiring in late November. That would be approximately 17 pay periods left in the year. So I went ahead and did a projection on how much that would be. So for this year, we'd be looking at $122,000 for the 2 vacancies that we came to forward today for. And then I believe, I'm sorry, I did not project it for what would it be like for next year, but it would be, so this one is a $65,000 position. We did have that one positioned at $79,000. You'll see that online numbers 37. With the staff assistant 2, we have this one at a full year is 39, and we had, that would be the 39. So it would be what we had projected for about $71,000 for that one with benefits.
Right.
So, and then just to add, sorry about that, Chair. So as Katrina just mentioned, these were already budgeted. So everything that's in the big table above, that was already budgeted and approved, and we were at our 6%. This is what's coming forward for just changes to our 1,000. So we're not actually asking for new positions. We're filling ones that we had already lost.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
So I think this meets the requirement. Is there, I guess I'd look at the executive office. Is there anything we're missing in the analysis?
Tony has his nose buried in it, so I assume he will give me the thumbs up because I'm thinking
Is
this
it
is
it
the
possible for I
expectation.
don't want to keep this team in the room.
Yeah.
I don't think they want to
Understood.
be here, but I appreciate their time. Can we come back to this one, Chair, at the end after Tony gives us the thumbs up? I mean, my first impression is it meets the requirement of documenting a 6% decrease.
I believe Mr. Rakes gave us thumbs up, so
Okay.
I think we're good to go.
Okay.
So
Well-
maybe this department is done.
We can give kind of that internal direction right now, if we have agreement to that. Okay, I'm seeing heads shaking. Okay, so we don't need your presentation, Tanya.
Okay, and then to move forward, this was only the assessor division. We still have the clerk recorder division, so this would be the recorder that we are trying to fill. So on that, here is our salary projection from there. So we did end up losing our most vetted recorder. Her salary cost about $117,000. And so when we were looking at fulfilling hers, we were looking at filing for a it's a, what do you call it? It's a clerk 1 instead of a clerk 2. So that would right now I'll be saying about $33,000 in savings just by hiring at a lower step. As you do see, the person that we lost is highlighted in red. The impact for this current fiscal year would only be $61,000. This one I did project how much it would cost for the next fiscal year. Down here in our lower steps, it's showing how much how much we budgeted for her, how much it cost us this current before we lost her. So this is the $22,000 is how much we paid out of her salary currently, and then we do have the $61,000 that would be for the remainder of the year for the Tech 1. So we still would be looking at saving about $33,000 in our salaries. And then just to point out, as Katrina said, we do have an ordinance that was adopted by the board. I don't remember exactly when it was, but we are able to charge an extra dollar per recording. If we're not able to do that, get them out within the 24-hour indexing, we do lose that ability to charge $1. Right now, for the recordings that we have done for the past couple of years, we have $16,000 in 2022, $11,000 in 2023, 24 to $12,000, and already this year it's $9,000. So we would be looking at dropping our revenue at least by $9,000 to $16,000 if we did lose this position, along with wait times and all other things.
All right. Okay. So, do we want to include that with the previous action?
I'm comfortable.
Supervisor Mulherin? Supervisor Klein? Okay. We will include that with the appraiser position.
Thank you so very much.
Supervisor Norvell?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you. As Supervisor Klein pointed out earlier in the agenda item, the list of criteria that we needed and felt comfortable with making these decisions, you provided exactly that. And that's why you're out of here early. So thank you so very much.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, now we'll hear from Health Services.
All right, good morning, Dr. Janine Miller, Director of Health Services. I'm just going to go through a couple things. You guys have the PowerPoint that talks about this position. We're only asking to hire a senior public health nurse for our HIC-PIC program, which is the healthcare program for children in foster care. It does require that the nurse have their PHN, which is a public health nurse. And as you might see from our org chart, we have limited public health nurses, so it's not something we can have another nurse pick up. This position has only been vacant since July, so I know that's a question. We did have a nurse resign. She wanted a more fast-paced, more client-focused approach, and so that's why she took another job. So this was budgeted in our budget this year. When we were asked by the executive office to do a 6% decrease, we deleted from our budget 18 positions. So we went into fiscal year 25-26 with 18 positions less that we budgeted for from our prior year. This specific program, HIC PIC FIC, normally had 5.5 staffing in it. We've been looking at how to better streamline things, and we've been doing a lot of work with putting stuff online, working with more people having more hats to meet more of our mandates. And we really focused on reducing our administration cost and putting more of our funding and our staff into our programs so that we have more program focus and so that the client care is really the priority for our departments and reducing our admin. So with that, this department will only go to 3.5. The 0.5 is an extra help who's been helping out. There's no guarantee how long we'll have her, but this takes this department really from 5 positions to 3 positions. We've done this in, also in our CDIZ program. We're not asking to hire there, but when you ask where we've cut, and this is not actually part of the 18, this is actually separate of our 18. That was a 5-member unit, and we've reduced it down to 3 because we had some people do the VSIP, and we're able to realign some of the positions and able to cut that, provide all those duties without needing the 5 people in the unit. And so now we have 3 in that unit. It talks a little bit about the reductions we've done and why we're asking for this specific position. I also want to note that what we don't talk about in there is what we do actually provide for the general fund that we don't ask for reimbursement for. So we do the clinical services in the juvenile hall, and we don't bill the juvenile hall, so those services are free through behavioral health. We also provide the nursing and the medical in the juvenile hall, which is about $286,000 in nursing and medical director care, that when we can use grant funds, we're using grant funds. We've also been providing services in the sheriff's office, doing discharge planning, and as we go into Cal Ames, really working with them without asking for additional funds and trying to pick up some of the services so he doesn't have to expand his NAFCare contract so it doesn't hit the general fund. We've rolled out CMA across this county as we've been trying to bring in additional funding for this county. We've not asked for funding for CMA. We've been able to cover that cost with our own dollars, which is allowing, we brought it into social services, OES, public defender's office, trying to provide additional funding for departments and not trying to hit the general fund. We also provide crisis services for the county employees as needed when there is a crisis and we're unable to get someone to respond. We provide that services to all the departments. We don't bill the county for those services. We are able to go ahead and cover those with our own funding. So just some additional things I wanted to bring up about what we do, actually some additional stuff we do, but we do have a 6%, even above everything. We've been looking at our funding. Our Q1 is going to come in below our 1,000 series. We projected about 18 million. We're on track for about 15 million. And that's not including the 18 positions we already cut or the additional positions we've been cutting. Every time we have someone leave, we look to see if that can be absorbed by another individual. Do we need that? How do we relook at our mandates? Is there a better way to do that through electronic means to make staffing time more effective? I'm happy to answer any questions.
Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, thank you. So I think you may have just answered this indirectly, but you did mention in the beginning the 6% and the 18 positions cut. Did the 18 positions get you to 6% or under 6%?
The 18 positions put us way over 6%. The additional 6% is what we're looking at even with our budget today. So our current budget is 18 in the 1,000 series, like 18,087,000. But the 18 positions, which we cut from the beginning, made us way above that. We're actually looking at, without counting the 18 positions we cut, which would have been a lot more than 6%, if we look at where we're coming in at Q1 and what we're looking to fill versus not fill, we're at about a 17% in our 1,000 series, in addition to the 18 positions, which probably would have put us more, probably 32, 40%.
Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
I think that a requirement has been met, and I think there is an impact when behavioral health, even though it's not a general fund department. I think if you were to hire 20 positions, some of those would hit other general fund departments. I have a hard time ascertaining which. My guess is a public health nurse probably doesn't, And it may be that not having the public health nurse ends up costing us more general fund in dealing with the fallout of not having that service when we found we were understaffed. But I guess I'd look at the executive office. Has there been an adequate analysis that this is not increasing general fund department expenditures?
Yes, Dr. Miller is just requesting for the one public health nurse. You explained the position very well. And also, Dr. Miller, since she's taken over public health and behavioral health together to make health services, has really done an excellent job at streamlining both departments and getting them to work together and not having duplicate services. I would also add that she is a wonderful partner. She mentioned some of the work that she's doing with probation in the jail, but also the CMA program is also, we're able to roll out and build out some services through OES, some services in the public defender as well. So it's a holistic approach that she helps bring to the county and helps reduce the general fund impact.
Thank you. So I would like to see all of the documentation for all of the departments compiled, so that we're not, so it's the same standard for all. And I don't want to hold this position up. I'm happy to be a yes today. But I think we should have that binder, the documented record of 6% reductions for all departments. Because when it doesn't work, I want something to look back on and see what was our plan and what went wrong. I think that something will go wrong, right? This is a good faith effort, but something is going to go wrong where spending in some departments will be more. And it'll be a shame if we don't have a way to compare against the blueprint of how we thought we would achieve the savings. So I'd like to ask that, I think you already have documentation, if we could somehow get it to the executive office and keep it in that binder. I'm a yes today.
Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, just briefly, I wanted to say we appreciate the efficiency measures that you outlined. Thank you for bringing that forward.
Supervisor Mulheron.
Thank you. In our last meeting, when we discussed having this position come back, I did ask for the department, Dr. Miller's team, to provide the information about the contributions to the general fund based on billing for county services that happens within your department. Your department, the behavioral health and public health departments, accept an incredible amount of federal and state dollars and use very little county general fund. So I wanted to thank you and your staff for providing that information in a very clear way for the agenda item so that the board members and the public could see that to better describe. And I understand that this is a lot of work that your department has done by combining two departments and streamlining services, working more collaboratively, not only with the other departments, but with each other, especially when it comes to things like outreach and community services that you all do now as a group effort instead of having multiple technical departments achieve those functions. So appreciate the agenda item and the amount of information that was provided, and I'm good with moving forward with this position today as well.
Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, thank you. So I just want to express to you the same level of gratitude for reading what the board was requiring and showing up with that information, and the way you presented it. It just, there's going to be a lot of hard decisions that we're going to have to make, certainly in the next 6 months, and some of them are not going to be fun conversations, but when it's presented the way that you did, I think it makes it easier on everybody and leaves the angst out of it. So thank you for that.
Well, I think this is certainly a clear-cut example of something that we need to fund. It's a required, mandated position, and the funding comes from all these sources that aren't general fund. So anyway, I totally support it.
Thank you.
Right? Seems like we have agreement on supporting that position. Okay, so we will now go to the library.
Hello, County Librarian Melissa Hannum, and I have Barb Chapman, the Administrative Services Manager 2, with me as well today. We get the majority of our annual revenue from Measure O sales tax money. We are already looking at a savings this year of 18% in expenses due to cuts in the operating expenses budget rather than salaries and benefits. We did a large budget item for the expectation for the classification study that just passed. We budgeted an additional $313,789, and that was a lot more than what we actually ended up spending for that. The salary updates totaled $209,000 for this fiscal year 25-26. The position changes in $19,000, but that still leaves $84,401 in funding available, and that is including everything within the updated org chart. The positions that we're talking about today, we have a couple of anticipated people retiring in the next few months. One of those is the Administrative Services Manager 2. We're looking at filling that position with an Administrative Services Manager 1. We also are anticipating our Bookmobile Senior Library Technician who is retiring, and we're looking at filling that position with a Bookmobile Driver 1. We just lost a half-time library technician in Fort Bragg, and we're looking at filling that position with a Library Assistant 1. And I did want to point out that in the spreadsheet that we submitted, we gave you the information for a full-time Library Assistant 1. So what we're asking for is actually a half-time Library Assistant. So it's even more of a cost savings than what we indicated in that spreadsheet.
So in the spreadsheet, it says the salary and benefits is $80,000, but really we're talking 40.
So it's half-time, so we don't have the benefits expenses that we would have with a full-time employee.
Okay.
So it would be more $5.60 for the salary, and then with benefits it would be just a little bit more than that, $24,015.60, because it is a half-time.
Very good. Any questions? Well, Supervisor Williams.
So the savings this year totaling 18% of expense savings. This is more for the executive office. I'm not going to put you on the spot. What does that translate to in the 6% reduction in general fund hit? I have a hard time looking at this. I mean, I'm happy to see an 18% reduction, but I don't know. What we're trying to solve is protecting our general fund because we don't have enough to go around. It could be that this 18% is impacting the library tax revenue, and yet our general fund expense is going up, or it could be the inverse. How do I read it?
Fair question. This particular positions, as noted, were all through Measure O funding, so it is on their tax. The general fund impact for some of the work that they do is charged through the 87, which will be, it's a 2-year lag, so they will pay that back to the general fund in 2 years. These additional positions, I believe, probably need to be filled. She has 6 libraries throughout the county, and their impact on general fund is mainly recouped through 87.
Yeah. So a comment to the process. I don't think all of our departments know what their general fund hit actually is. It may be that they come to county council and ask, what do we do about blank, and county council researches. And unless that's getting charged back, sometimes it can, sometimes it can't. If it can't, I don't think the department has any way to determine those accrued expenses over time. Do we have another means to capture it? Right? We're asking them, what is your general fund impact? I don't know that they can know.
I would expect most of them don't know unless they get the full statement of the A87. Again, such as HR and county council, even if they call HR or county council, they're documenting their time to the library.
Right.
Right? It's these types of meetings where it doesn't get documented directly back to a department. And again, we're part of general government, my office, the board, the clerk of the board, assessor, and everything else to do with property tax. Those dollars are not charged through 87.
Right.
So when that stuff starts impacting this level, it's a little bit different and hard to quantify.
So my read on the situation is there may not be a 6% decrease to the general fund, but it may be that their impact on the general fund is so negligible, we're spending more discussing it than just approving the positions.
Could be. I no offense to the library, they do have a lot of people, but they do take a fair bit of assistance from both those two departments, HR and county council.
Do you see them needing more assistance due to these two positions?
No.
Okay, then I'm comfortable saying yes.
Okay, so any further comment? Okay, I just wanted to thank you because we have worked hard on reorganizing some of the management positions, administration and all, and I think that that's proving to have some real benefits to the financial picture of the museum or the library, I mean. So thank you for that. And I'm in support of this. Yep. Okay?
Yes.
All right. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's go to public comment now.
Good morning, Eisen Locatelli, Chief Probation Officer. Couple comments I always want to take an opportunity to address when we're talking about the budgets, just to remind the board. Not every department started in the same situation. Some of us, knowing the fiscal situation, decided to make cuts before we went into the budgets, and then we also got cuts after the budgets. And some of us didn't get a 6%. So again, probation wasn't a 6% cut, it was a 15% reduction when we started ours from the general fund contribution. So when I'm in a position to be in front of the board, I want to constantly have the board remember that so that I'm not being asked about what am I going to do to make the 6%, because I'm already making plans to make a 15% reduction because that's what I was given. So we do have all of that data, and as your CEO mentioned to you, I'm easily able to tell you where I'm at with my 1000 series because that's an expenditure that I look at every 2 weeks, both in juvenile hall and probation. It's the revenues that come in that make it difficult to tell you exactly where we're at. Also, you know, I told you I'm the chief probation officer. I'm not an arborist, but in this county, we all know you can't just cut a tree without a strategic thought and expect the tree to continue to grow. You can kill a tree if you cut it too far. So for us, cuts are important, but they aren't to the point where you lose efficiencies. So we need to be careful when we're talking about filling a position that we don't want to fill it because it could cost us more money. Well, if it doesn't create any efficiencies, you could kill the plan. So I know the district attorney mentioned something about their victim witness advocate. That's an important and critical position for all public safety. We have to have people in front of victims. Victims cannot be re-victimized because we don't have somebody advocating for them. It's critical. If public safety is a #1 priority, that is a critical position. As for revenues, I mean, we have to continue to talk about how we increase revenue. The only reason that I'm even close in juvenile hall to coming to budget is because we're going after additional revenues by contracting with other counties to bring in youth and then charging back to those counties. I can't lose a staff and then save money because I have to call the staff in on extra help or overtime. So both your jail and your juvenile halls are similarly situated. You have to have the staff to operate the facility or you face more liability. So it doesn't make a lot of sense to save a couple dollars with personnel if your liability is increasing. So I just wanted to remind the board of those two things and my staff who are watching that we're just fine. So Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for those comments.
Good afternoon. Robert Maddock. I am a Teamsters Local 856 staff attorney representative, and I represent the district attorneys here as a part of the Mendocino County Public Attorney Association, and also represent the public defenders, and I represent the probation members as well, as the chief probation officer just spoke. I am here to also emphasize that public safety is a core governmental function. And both your public defenders and your district attorneys, your deputy DAs, serve extremely duties. I know that the police and fire, ambulance drivers get all the first responder press with a lot of love from the people, but it's really the district attorneys that are in court making sure that justice is served. It is an incredibly difficult job. I was a deputy DA. I retired from Sonoma County in 2022. I'm very familiar with your office and how it works. I helped train a number of your deputy DAs because I was head of our law clerk program, and I have worked with many of your deputy DAs directly. So I know the incredible strain they deal with, and many people don't realize the burden on attorneys when you deal with, on a daily basis, people who have had a loved one murdered, have a loved one raped, have a loved one molested, or maybe they are the victim of crime. Those victim advocates, I can tell you as someone who was a longtime deputy DA, they are critically important. Those deputy DA positions are critically important. As Mr. Iser's report shows, the turnover and the difficulty in recruiting is very real. And the quality of attorney that it takes to perform this type of public service is the top quality attorney. And you have to find someone who can and will be able to do this kind of is really low pay. And I know that may sound funny to people when you look at the salary of an attorney, but it is low pay. In Mendocino County, it is the lowest in the state. You recently lost a recruitment because Butte County gave the deputy DA a $20,000 signing bonus. That's what you're up against. I really urge you to consider that not every department should be equally cut or treated the same. The DA's office is one of the most important offices in your county, and it's critical to public safety. I really ask that you protect that office. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate all of those arguments, but I think it's the wrong set of arguments for the problem at hand. This county, in real terms, has declining revenue, right? So your revenue goes up X, and we give raises that are 2X. How does that arithmetic work over time? That's the situation we're facing. And so the predicament, I mean, I think the problem is not your perspective versus ours. It's both of ours against the state of California's public finance model for rural counties. Their system doesn't work for a rural county. The way you get more revenue is not increased spending by consumers in the local economy. There's not enough to tax, right? The total spending, if you went to the legislative cap on sales tax, you wouldn't get there. You couldn't pave roads and pay for a district attorney's office that was fully staffed. It's development. You need more development.
I agree.
Right? It's because most of our general fund that's paying for the general fund departments comes from property tax. This county's flat. Population is flat. Development is flat. We're finalizing 50 new houses per year. So I hope that you'll stick around for some of the discussions today and in the future for how do we build an economy so that we have a tax base, because ultimately these services are a reflection of the local economy.
Yeah. And let me say I agree 100% with your comments. I really do. And what I will say as a Teamsters representative is we have 250,000 members here in California. Teamsters will try to work with this county to do what we can to help, okay? If there's anything we can do politically to support measures, to support anything that this county wants to do, to support revenues for this county in terms of...
Thank you.
So, no, thank you.
Okay. Any further public comment? Seeing none in the chambers, any online?
Seeing one, Peter McNamee.
Thank you. I also want to remind everyone that this is a structural problem in the state of California, and you won't be able to resolve it through your budget discussions. So you have to pragmatically address the structure that you have to work within. And the fact of the matter is, this isn't about meeting some specific legally defined standard of performance for any of the departments in particular, but when it comes to public safety issues, there is no official standard of performance. You don't get a standard that says you get X number of bodies for X number of people in the county, or Y number of convictions or prosecutions. The reality is you get the revenues that you get, and the standard of safety is set by what you can afford to spend for public safety. And unfortunately, there's a gap between what people would like to see spent for public safety and what you have money to spend for public safety. And until that process and structure is changed, you're going to have to deal with the fact that you have to keep operating within your budget. And that's just the ugly reality. The public understands it. And many of us in the public realize that because we live in a rural area, we can't expect to have the same level of public safety that other areas that are better endowed with funding sources for supporting public safety can maintain. And that's the trade-off that we make. And I hope that the board will keep that in mind when it makes this very important decision. Thank you.
Any further public comment online?
Seeing none.
Okay, back to the board. So we have that motion that was seconded. Okay, and that was to give direction. Can you read it back to us, please?
The current motion that I have from Supervisor Williams is direct staff to come back on the November 4th meeting with the detailed plan on how they plan to meet the 6% and include future plans for hiring until the 6% deduction has been approved.
Okay, and then we also have, okay, let's take a vote on that. Right? So we'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, and so we did have agreement on the assessor positions, the health services position, and the library positions. Okay, so is there a motion to approve those?
So moved.
Second.
All right, any further comment? And the DA positions will come back at the next meeting. Okay. We're voting by the button.
Sorry, I had a little bit of a lag in the system. Could I please get a restatement of the mover and the second?
Supervisor Klein was the mover, and the second was Supervisor Norvell? Williams.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, very good. Moving on
Chair,
to...
if I may, sorry to interrupt, but we do have a consultant on the line for 4E. So I would like to move to 4E and hold on 4D until after 4E.
Okay.
That works.
So item 4E is a notice public hearing, discussion and possible action, including adoption of a resolution adopting an initial study mitigated negative declaration and a mitigation monitoring and reporting program in compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act requirements for Laytonville landfill cover remediation and improvements project. So, has proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established and all correspondence related has been sent to your emails if any received.
Okay, we'll open the public hearing, and we will go to the staff presentation. Mr. DeShiel.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I'm Howard DeShield, your Director of Transportation. I'm hoping the clerk has been able to elevate Deputy Director for Solid Waste and Water, Amber Facette. Okay, until we can elevate her as a panelist, I wanted her to introduce the item, but just briefly, this is a CEQA hearing to hear the impacts from a maintenance project at the Laytonville landfill that will improve our existing cap, will reconstruct some there is Deputy Director Facette. So I'll let her continue. We will give you an introduction. We'll have staff, our consultant, available if you have any questions. I'll be here for your questions later.
Good morning, Chair Haschek, members of the board. Amber Facette, Deputy Director of Transportation. Our proposed project today is the Laytonville Landfill Cover Remediation and Improvements Project. Laytonville Landfill was a Class 3 solid waste disposal facility, non-hazardous, which was operated by the county between 1967 and 1993. Closure took place between 1997 and 98 with a cover that's comprised of a foundation soil layer, a geotextile landfill gas migration layer, a geosynthetic clay liner barrier layer, and a geocomposite drainage layer, and a layer of vegetative soil. So following the closure, it was determined that the cover system was unfortunately designed with a low safety factor. So it was allowed to remain, but as a result, we've had numerous repairs that have had to be made over the years, some small, some very large. And so this proposed project is intended to improve the final cover stability, reduce erosion issues by improving surface water drainage, improve landfill gas management, and reduce long-term maintenance requirements. So we're not going to replace the entire cap, but we're going to replace the slopes that need it, which is approximately 185,000 square feet, with a cover system that will be a lot more stable, along with some other improvements such as reconstructing the drainage system and landfill gas system. All proposed repair work will be performed within the limits of the existing landfill. The landfill is going to remain closed. There's no significant changes proposed to any monitoring or maintenance procedures, and no new operations after project completion. The project will not substantially change the existing landfill grades, and the drainage analyses show that the project will not have an effect on surface water drainage patterns or amounts compared to current conditions. So pursuant to CEQA requirements, an initial study has been completed for the project, and the study supports the adoption of a mitigated negative declaration. CEQA further requires the lead agency to hold a public hearing to determine whether the environmental impacts identified for the project can be adequately mitigated so that no significant adverse environmental impacts will result, which is what we're doing now. And we received no public comments during the public review period, which was from July 9th to August 8th. And we've received no comments since that time as of today. So based on the initial study, we believe that it's appropriate for the board to adopt the mitigated negative declaration for the project. And we are happy to answer any questions. We have our consultants on the line as well for any technical questions. And with that, I will turn it back over.
Hey, well, I want to appreciate your outreach and the meeting you had in Laytonville. There were people there who had interest in this, but so with that, I don't see any other comments from the board. We'll go to public comment. Any public comment? Seeing none in the chambers, any online?
Seeing none.
Okay, staff, do you have any final remarks?
For the late Jim Shields, who did conduct and host our public outreach. There's a very good chance that the reason there's not a lot of public input at this hearing is because we did air out the issues extensively in the community. So thanks to the late Jim Shields and staff doing a good job of outreach.
Right, and just because we're not seeing comment doesn't mean there's not interest in it. There was quite a bit of interest at the meetings we had. Supervisor Williams.
Move approval.
Okay, hold it. I should close the public hearing. Okay, now we'll.
Move approval.
Okay.
Second.
All right, so we will vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you. So are we going to 4D now?
Well, I was just, yes. No, what we would like to do, I'm sorry, I'm multitasking, trying to arrange. If it's okay with this board, I think 4F would be appropriate as we have community members present and a presenter present. And then it'll be left, the last two items will be staff and board.
Okay, so we will go to item 4F, which is discussion and possible action, including acceptance of the presentation on the 2025 Assessment of Emergency Medical Services Enhancement Funding for Mendocino County. Right. Yes. Mr. Adair. Speak again.
Good morning, Chair Haschak, members of the board, CEO Antle, County Council Scott, Jeff Adair, County OES. I want to introduce Tammy Bartlemay with Public Health Preparedness, Jen Banks with Coastal Valleys EMS, and we have in attendance in the audience Brian Cleaver with Coastal Valleys EMS, if there's any admin questions as well. Oversight of EMS in our county is transitioning from OES to Public Health Preparedness. Actually, the handoff was October 1st. And so just kind of here to facilitate this transition today and to assist with this presentation. That'll be handled mostly by Jen Banks.
Thank you, Director Adair. We just need a few minutes to pull the presentation. Our computer just froze.
Oh. Are you looking to do the presentation?
Correct.
Let's see, Supervisor Williams, can you pull that up?
Yeah, sure.
And it's attached to the item, so you can just
begin.
Begin, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor. We can go to slide 2 to start. So at the May 6th County Board of Supervisors meeting, LEMSA and OES staff were directed to conduct a fiscal assessment of our rural EMS providers receiving county enhancement funding. Those providers, Anderson Valley, Covelo, and Laytonville Fire Departments, all participated in the assessment and were asked to provide the following information to Coastal Valley's EMS agency for full review. Those items are listed in the presentation slide. This presentation is an overview of fiscal and system challenges identified from information collected from our 3 fire-based EMS transport service providers who do receive the EMS enhancement funding from Mendocino County, totaling $66,000 per department. Just a disclosure on this presentation, there were no additional contracts established for us to conduct this fiscal assessment, and nor any other payments made to Coastal Valleys. We completed this fiscal review as part of our existing LEMSA agreement with Mendocino County, and just considered it program development work. After reviewing the reports that were submitted by each provider, we did regroup with the providers all together and reviewed the report findings. So all 3 providers have had opportunity to comment, revise, and approve the presentation that we're providing today. And next slide, please. So across Mendocino County, ambulance services in Laytonville, Covelo, and Anderson Valley all face chronic structural deficits due to a mix of rural challenges. The 3 top noted deficits are workforce shortages, low reimbursement rates from Medi-Cal, and payer mix challenges. So despite very positive collaboration and support between all of our departments, improved billing processes, and strong documentation, these factors do create a pattern of fiscal instability for EMS. And these slides revenue projections for each department that we did the assessment for. Snapshots and figures are also available on the Coastal Valley's EMS agency website if you'd like to further review. Next slide, please. So just a quick overview for Anderson Valley Fire Department from our findings. Anderson Valley billing rates are competitive with our regional averages. However, for reimbursement realities, their actual reimbursement is far lower than billed rates due to their payer mix. They do okay with commercial insurance. They bill about $2,700 per call. That is the best possible reimbursement category with EMS billing and reimbursement, but a small share of that is their actual payer mix that pays. Medicare, you're going to see about a reimbursement rate of $529 per BLS transport, and then they do a $9 a mile add-on. For Medi-Cal, you're going to see around $1,100 per BLS transport with add-ons additionally added. And then private pay, you're going to see a reimbursement rate of about $403 per call, with very low collection likelihood in that category. So with that payer mix impact, 64% Medicare and 17% Medi-Cal, over 81 of patients fall into the lowest reimbursement categories, driving average payments per call down to about $400 to $2,700 depending on the case. Unique challenges for Anderson Valley. They receive 0 reimbursement for patient turnover of care to an ALS rendezvous unit. That represents about 38 to 40% of their EMS transports documented for fiscal years 22, 23, and 23 and 24. And that will continue and remains a constant revenue drain. This uncompensated workload erodes their ability to build reserves or stabilize financially. While their billing practices are solid, they do a wonderful job with completing a patient care report for every patient that they respond to. Anderson Valley faces significant revenue vulnerability due to reliance on government reimbursement programs. They may also face potential challenges to programs like GEMT and IGT alongside other economic pressures. Anderson Valley also heavily relies on volunteers for ambulance coverage. Our volunteers receive a small stipend for their service with some of the EMS enhancement dollars provided by Mendocino County. Next slide, please. And again, this is just another snapshot for the billing and revenues for Covelo Fire Department. Next slide. Excuse me. For Covelo Fire, sorry, I'm battling a cold. I'm trying to get through this. For the Covelo Fire Protection District, for their ambulance division, we have been very successful in providing some strategy work to the board in Covelo, and recently we worked with the board and they did approve to adjust their ambulance rates to align with industry billing standards. This is going to be really great going into the future, that they can receive more in ambulance transport reimbursements than they have previously in the past, which will help build a better revenue platform for the business going forward. A trend analysis. While the collection ratio may have a modest increase with improved patient care documentation, that was also another noted area of deficit, that they just weren't not necessarily not completing their patient care reports, but not using the proper language in the patient care documentation to be eligible to submit that patient care report for billing. So we've done a lot of work with Covelo improving their patient care documentation strategies so they can bill at the highest dollar for every EMS transport. And then while staffing costs are now exceeding about $218,000 annually for coverage, patient reimbursement cannot close the cap. So we obviously do know that there are some staffing challenges in Covelo. And in the past, that was historically staffed by all volunteer coverage for the department. Recently, they have had to begin to pay for EMT coverage to ensure that the ambulance is staffed, which is creating a financial hardship on the department overall. So Covelo's service area demographics are a key limiting factor. Nearly 46% of residents live in poverty and 10.4% are uninsured, leading to very low reimbursement levels regardless of any established billing practices. Historic county grants and subsidies have kept services afloat in Covelo for sure, but reoccurring revenues remain inadequate to sustain operations. The district carries an annual structural shortfall of about $900,000, making it the most financially vulnerable provider in all of Mendocino County. And last but not least, on the next slide, we do have our billing rate snapshot for Laytonville Fire Department. And our findings on the Laytonville Fire Department Ambulance Division, they do project approximately $800,000 annually in gross billing based on its average patient transport charge of $3,334 per transport. With that, with collection realities, while billing compliance is strong, they complete 100% PCRs, that's confirmed. Their actual net collections are significantly reduced by their payer mix. Medicare and Medi-Cal reimbursement rates are well below the charges, and uninsured, underinsured patients further erode revenue recovery. Despite their relatively high billing volume, the agency operates at a reoccurring deficit of about $191,000, anywhere up to $216,000 annually, and this deficit persists even after factoring in county ALS subsidies and the fire district's special tax revenue. Laytonville has the strongest gross revenue base of the three providers, but remains structurally reliant on subsidies due to its payer mix as well. And while billing practices are solid, Laytonville faces significant revenue vulnerability due to reliance on government reimbursement programs, and they also face potential changes to programs like GEMT and IGT alongside other economic pressures. That's really significant for all of our three rural service providers, just looking at the big beautiful bill and what impacts it might have going forward. Next slide, please. So for a comparative view, a little repetitive, but important. Anderson Valley has a moderate billing strength, but reimbursement heavily constrained by payer mix and uncompensated ALS rendezvous transfers, which creates an unstable revenue base because they simply can't bill for all of their EMS transports. The membership program is a benefit to the community that provides access to ground and air transport. And should Anderson Valley Fire Department ever close their services, the residents would be faced with higher billing costs because they would lose that membership opportunity. Covelo has the lowest revenue generation. Demographics make collections structurally insignificant, and they definitely have the largest deficit. And then Laytonville has the highest gross billing potential. They are an ALS service provider, but collections do fall short with a modest deficit noted. I think we can skip this slide just based on repetition, but it's just sort of reinforcing what has been said about the funding gaps for all three service providers. So funding sources, our county subsidies and stipends remain a critical lifeline. Without them, none of the agencies could maintain operations at the current level. And I know after our presentation in May, some of the conversations circulating in the community is, oh, that the county only gives them $66,000. Well, that $66,000 after conducting these reviews, it's pretty substantial money to maintain and ensure that we still have those services available in Mendocino County. So even though it sounds like a small amount, it's doing a lot of work and maintaining services where we really don't know what we would do without them. Grant funding. This is one area I think we could improve as a whole in Mendocino County. We don't have an identified staff person at Coastal Valley's EMS agency through the County of Sonoma, nor is there an identified staff person in Mendocino County to support any grant work to ensure that we're receiving the highest grant dollars available for rural EMS service providers. So if there was one, after action outcome of this report and the findings, it would be to maybe do a lot more work in establishing staff to really do work on grants to support these departments going forward. The GEMT and IGT programs offer future potential revenue boosts, but carry administrative burdens and a lot of uncertainty. Obviously, with the big, beautiful bill, we just don't know where we're going to see significant federal cuts. If the GEMT and IGT programs go away, we will see immediate hardship for these service providers. Next slide. So for service delivery risks, staffing shortages, EMT staffing shortages, excuse me, I'm sorry. EMT staffing challenges continue to strain Covelo and Anderson Valley. Laytonville also faces challenges with paramedic staffing. Coastal Valley's EMS agency and CAL FIRE do provide support and oversight of our system status management plan, which ensures a dynamic system movement plan at low levels. But without staffing, the plan is definitely fragile and compromised. ALS rendezvous transfers create uncompensated workloads for Anderson Valley and Covelo, which siphons resources with no revenue return for that department. Payroll pressures drive Laytonville's deficit. Despite strong operational compliance and billing strength, payroll pressures also drive Covelo's deficit currently. Covelo has been working to improve all billing and reimbursement opportunities. And any ambulance closure creates a domino effect to our overall system in Mendocino County. The impacts of one agency closing an ambulance service reduces overall system resources as a whole. It is definitely a domino effect, and we do a really good job. All of the providers in Mendocino County really do come together when we know we have an ambulance that's unable to staff for a few short hours to do a quick strategy meeting to ensure that we can revise the system status management plan for appropriate movement of resources to ensure all areas of the county have coverage as best as possible. A reduction in resources creates instability in emergency response times and potentially in patient outcomes, but we do a really good job preventing that. So our key findings, all agencies face reoccurring annual shortfalls, making long-term stability uncertain. Sorry, the outcomes are a little grim. Payer mix constraints, Medicare and Medi-Cal dominance, and high uninsured populations ensure revenue recovery will always lag behind billing. County support is essential present day. Local subsidies, stipends, and targeted grants are the only consistent factors maintaining service stability. And each agency's risk profile differs, but all are exposed. As we've talked about the challenges. And our future outlook of fiscal health really does hinge on ensuring that GEMT, IGT reimbursement participation doesn't go away, but that is not within our bandwidth to control at this point in time. And volunteer departments have been historic lifelines to EMS services in rural Mendocino County. With a decline in volunteerism, all agencies face a financial crisis to staff EMS resources. And I never want to end on a grim statement, so let's highlight some of the best parts of our system. I have to give kudos on the very next slide. Or not. That's okay. I'll just vocalize our highlights. Our volunteers, as previously mentioned, they are the lifeline for rural EMS in Mendocino County, and we have such a wonderful group of dedicated volunteers serving this county and ensuring that EMS response is available. We do have a very dedicated partnership group working together to sustain services. Everybody, as noted, presents with unique challenges, but when we have to, all service providers really do come together to ensure that we have response available in all of Mendocino County. Our EMS service providers are such a heavy local community asset. And on another positive, I think this is really important because in some communities you just don't get this level of support from all partners, but all of our fire and EMS partners continue to voice participation, and they are willing to come to the table to discuss larger county visions to sustain and improve our EMS services, such as continuing discussion on an EMS JPA, or re-exploring the potential in an EOA for the county. And that's really beneficial because everybody does want to work together to ensure that we continue to provide the best service possible. I just wanted to end the presentation, not in the slides, but just one more highlight. We have been doing, as previously mentioned, a lot of work with Covelo Fire Department. And one of our after-action items brought to the EMS agency was to explore the possibility with Round Valley Indian Health Center on establishing them as an alternate receiving facility. We've done a lot of work with that facility and have presented a plan and a policy to the state authority for approval. And if this approval is met, we will be able to transport very low acuity EMS patients directly to the health center rather than pulling that ambulance out of district for up to 4 hours to transport to Adventist Health Howard Hospital. So we have done all of the work and submitted the application to the state. The state has asked for about 30 to 60 days to review and approve. So it is in the queue and we're hoping for the best. That concludes the presentation.
So with that kind of shortfall, how do we balance budgets, even with the 66,000?
Thank you, Supervisor. So I am a paramedic. I like to always remind everybody that when I come to the board, I am not a fiscal. I'm not a fiscal person. I think there is potential, and some of the work that we have been doing with Covelo. We have also paired Covelo with some administrative support advisors. They're currently in a 6-month contract, and these are EMS billing experts to come in and really teach the department how to receive the highest level of reimbursement possible. That, of course, will help reduce that $900,000 gap. But I think that gap is so high for Covelo just because we identified areas where they just weren't getting reimbursed for a service they were providing to the community because the billing practices weren't to the standard they needed to be. So a lot of that work is being restructured, and I do hope we start to see some improvements for reimbursement capabilities. But yes, that is the question. All of our agencies present with a deficit. And like I said, the 66,000 seems small, but it is a great support to these agencies considering, they're working at such a loss.
Yeah, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, Chair, can I give you my take?
Sure.
So we all want a high quality ambulance system in our county, and needs to be paid for. The federal government is probably decreasing funding, right? We don't even know all the ways, but overall, we're on the losing end of federal policy today. The state could provide equity, meaning we care about people getting transported everywhere in the state, no matter whether they live in a poor rural county or an urban center. The dollar state income tax could be spread evenly. It's not going to, because your legislative votes are primarily in Southern California and urban centers. A little bit of Bay Area, right? But all the rural counties together lobbying, we're almost just about a rounding error. We don't have the political sway. So I would give up on federal and I would give up on state. Not that we don't lobby them, but we'd stop counting on support coming. That's unlikely. Local level, it's not a county mandate. We have more mandates in county government than we have dollars. So we can't go gifting funds for ambulance service or fire until we cover our existing mandates. So I wouldn't look to the county, and I have in past years, and I've probably given the county and Jen grief about it. The reality is it's not the county's job to fix it, and it's not Coastal Valley's. They're the regulator in this situation, right? Their job isn't coming up with dollars for ambulance staffing. So I think it comes down to individual communities or the county as one large community deciding, is this something that we want to pay for? We have an aging population. We have fewer people who can volunteer. Is this something that we want to self-fund? And I would rather sooner than later put it to the voters and ask, is this important to you? And here are some options. And yeah, there's a cost to it. Either we choose collectively, we care about this and we're going to fund it. An assessment, sales tax, there's only a couple of mechanisms. Or it's important to us, but we're not going to pay for it. We're going to make do. And making do may be a ride in the back of Bernie's pickup truck to the nearest receiving facility if there's no ambulance available. And that's a choice that we can make as a county or individual communities can make. How do we get to that point where voters have a say in this matter, right? Because this board can't create dollars, and dollars are primarily what's needed to fix the problem. Only voters can decide on whether they want to put dollars towards it. I think we should ask voters, is this important to you? It's important to me. Maybe it's because I've seen enough traffic collisions to recognize I can be doing everything right and someone's intoxicated on the road, and suddenly that ambulance being close by and well-staffed matters to me and my family. I would gladly pay for it. I don't know what that split is countywide, but I think it's appropriate for this board to ask the public.
Well, with that, what obligation does the county have to ensure that we have ambulance service?
So, want me to take first? Go ahead.
I was just going to say that it's nuanced and it's complex, and what the county has to provide is not what the public expects, right? One ambulance somewhere in the county responding at some point to an emergency might meet the legal mandate, and you're going to have 6 opinions in this room about exactly what the law says and what case law tells us and how to apply it here. I don't think that's as important as what does the public expect, right? What I expect is there's a child in Covelo that's bleeding out. There's an ambulance nearby that can respond quickly and has well-trained staff and has the right equipment on board. And I think that's generally what the public expects. But John, how do we get from what we want to it being funded? And there's been this, I've watched for about 20 years, and there's been this circular finger pointing of we want somebody else to be responsible and we want some gimmick. The one direction we haven't gone in is we want it and we're willing to pay for it. So I would say the next step is what the cost analysis. What does it cost per parcel? What does it cost in a sales tax? And not for the ultimate, not for us to have the same level as Los Angeles, but to have what we think is a reasonable level for Mendocino County's geography. Look at those numbers and put it before voters.
Okay, so I'll look for anyone else who wants to answer that question.
Charlotte Scott County Council, it is a very nuanced question. I cannot give you an opinion today that explains exactly the county's responsibility. There is an obligation under the Welfare and Institutions Code. You heard about it a little bit earlier today, 17,000. There is a duty to provide indigent services, but I think and there's case law that interprets that, but I can't give you an exact opinion on where exactly, precisely what that means practically speaking. But I think, as Supervisor Williams is suggesting, there is a need to consider funding mechanisms. Is that I heard reference to a special tax. I'm not aware of a specific special tax in Laytonville. I'm not personally familiar with it, but if there's some mechanisms for districts to have special taxes, there's also taxes that can be countywide. There's sales taxes. There's probably a variety of mechanisms, but there would be there could be some discussion about that, or a recommendation that staff look into options. But there is a base level. There is a mandate. It's just the funding. It's something that isn't. We don't have a funding stream from the federal government. The funding streams you've heard about in terms of the reimbursements that can be provided to ambulance providers, those are at risk based on recent federal legislation. I heard some of that during the board workshop. It's unclear where those will land. So we can't necessarily rely on those to fill the gap, those additional Medicare, Medi-Cal funding add-ons that the districts can get through billing. So I know that in the past that was seen as a really useful tool. I don't know that's something that can be relied on, but it is a larger discussion of where the funding can come from and brainstorming those options.
Yeah, just to follow up, is that this summer when we met in Covelo to discuss some of these issues, that one of the ideas was to look at some kind of assessment for properties and such to fund the ambulance service. Was that explored at all in your research here?
I have not been party to meetings or discussions on land assessments or other tax assessments with our providers.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Norvell.
Question for Supervisor Williams. Are you looking to give direction to staff to come back with that analysis?
Well, if we're talking about a potential tax, it might be better that voters do it without involving the county. But we could certainly do the analysis of what it would take and put a plan together of how much funding is needed to provide a reasonable level of service.
Yeah, I agree. Because if you're going to go to the people and ask them, their first question is going to be exactly how much is this going to cost me?
What is it going to cost, and what do I get? I mean, that's what I would ask.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem with doing it community by community is, I mean, I remember when my daughter was going to a sleepover and I was thinking about what fire district that is, knowing what resources they have available, right? A lot of us use the county as a whole. We don't keep within a fire district or an ambulance district. We care about that service everywhere, right? You're driving, Bernie, you're driving from the coast to Ukiah today. Think about how many different response areas you go through. You could get in a wreck in any of those, right? You care about the entire county having a good level of service. And I think it's a lot harder when it's this checkerboard of support in individual districts, and that you're asking voters to pass something that is ultimately a shared resource. It's going to leave that district line and respond when there's an emergency outside. So I think it makes sense to look at it countywide. I don't expect any of those independent districts to do the analysis of what would it take in it for a tax countywide to support a system for everyone. That may be our role. But there's been multiple attempts. I mean, Fitch report was when, 2005, 2006, 8? Sometime back then. There were multiple rounds of it, right? We've done needs assessments, and it hasn't gotten us anywhere. All the effort into studying the problem has only ever concluded there's a problem. It's not good in Mendocino County. There's never been and we should do blank. So that's what I'm asking is, if we're going to discuss it again, let's do the and do blank. Let's raise some money for it. And if voters say no, fine. We live with what we have, the back of the pickup truck.
Yeah, I would support the direction for the county to do the assessment.
So is there a grant for that, or do you have a pot of money we can use? CEO?
No.
What about the special reserve for ambulance study?
Yeah, I don't have that one either. I think what we can provide is an estimate on what a tax would get you dollar-wise. When you say a reasonable level, I could pull all of us in the room, and we have a different reasonable level of ambulance services throughout the county. And it may be even different depending on where you live, right? So putting a dollar amount and kind of coming up with what's a reasonable dollar amount, I'd rather look at doing either the district supplying a tax. We may be able to look at some of that. We can look at what a property tax, we could look at what a real a sales tax, special tax, and get you a dollar amount percentage-wise and an estimate on what you could collect annually. But how that is spent annually is certainly not my wheelhouse. We'll kick that one back to Jen, I guess.
So self-policing. I don't want to be the supervisor who asks staff to do something that's unfunded, because we have a $16 million hole right now. Could we use some of the money we set aside for the EMS JPA? Is that essentially money that's for this same purpose?
I believe there's a little bit of funding there. I don't know if Sarah Pierce is on the line. If we can ask Sarah what's available left in there. I know we did the set aside, but I also know things have shifted a bit.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, CEO Antle, Sarah Pierce, Acting Assistant CEO. There is some funding still available. I don't have it right at the tip of my fingers, but I can bring back the amount. But it was not utilized when we, to balance the budget. There was still some funding.
Okay, Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, my question is, does staff have an estimate of how much work would have to go into this assessment? Do we know a ballpark amount of what it would take to bring that analysis forward?
I certainly don't. I don't know if Jen has an idea. I think we would all have to collaborate and bring something back to you as to what that could be. My guess is we could get you an estimate by the 4th. And that might be a better time to approach it on November 4th, because we'll kind of know where we're at and we'll have an opportunity to look at, I believe we set aside $1 million for the JPA. But I know some of that, like mentioned, we've been using it here and there for other things. So I just want to confirm that what we have, and then we can make an estimate by then.
And perhaps someone could bring an agenda item forward after that conversation happens, proposing that analysis be done.
Supervisor Mulheron. Go ahead.
Sorry, just for clarification, I agree with CEO Antle. I do believe that there was, for the JPA seed money to initially provide any gap funding savings, we put $1 million aside. I don't believe that money has been reassessed or reused at this point. We have come back to the board a few times for our other PG&E assessment dollar funding projects, and we have moved some of that money around, but my understanding is we should have $1 million in reserve under the PG&E.
Supervisor Mulheron.
Thank you. While we're talking about and do blank, my concern would automatically be we're going to do an analysis and ask the voters parcel tax, sales tax, and not also include our fire service, which often is very tied to our local EMS. And Measure P sunsets in 7 years. And we, as far as I know, do not have a plan for that. So I would think that any kind of analysis that this agency or any other agency does would include a plan for also including fire service in addition to EMS or along with EMS. Otherwise, I think that we're just setting ourselves up for failure for then EMS first and then fire. I personally would be happy to see an analysis that says I'm wrong, but I think that they really should be tied together and include those services as well. If we're going to do an analysis, we might as well do all of it.
Okay. And going back to that question about the shortfall for Covelo, Laytonville, all of it, that how do we get a shortfall of $900,000 and still remain viable?
Thank you for the repeat question, Supervisor. Again, I am not a financial expert or analyst. I don't know how Covelo has sustained. I truly don't. I think they have relied on such a heavy volunteer workforce for so many years that there's just always been somebody volunteering to staff the ambulance and respond, regardless of any department funding to support their EMS program. And that has shifted where they don't currently have a volunteer staffing level remaining in Covelo. So they have had to begin to pay to ensure that they have EMTs responding to their community. I'm happy to take the question back and ask them, but I don't have a direct answer.
Well, yeah, and it seems like, you know, $66,000 it's a 66,000, but at the same time, it's a drop in the bucket for $900,000 structural shortfall, right? So I'm just trying to figure out how they're piecing it together, even with volunteers. So, Supervisor Williams.
I don't know that the volunteerism is declining equally across the county. I mean, I think just about every district talks about it over time. And when word gets out, the community usually finds people who are willing to volunteer, right? If you have a fire department and say, hey, we're about to shut down, we don't have any staffing, people will show up. Covelo seems to have a slightly different problem. I mean, I hear the pre-alert, Covelo, and I'm immediately bracing for, is it a stabbing or a shooting? The stuff that happens there, the EMS calls, seem to be at a different level that I think might be burning people out, right? It's one thing, your neighbor's having a stroke middle of the night, you get out of bed to help them. That's a different response than going to a stabbing. So is there any analysis on the type of calls that are resulting from criminal activity, domestic violence in general? And is that something I don't know the politically correct way to talk about this, but I think it's part of the overall story. It's hard to get volunteers to show up to respond to crime.
I didn't bring data today to support call types for Covelo. I know that I don't disagree that they do have very elevated EMS response calls. However, I think one concern that I've recognized, it's just living in the community of Covelo. A lot of reliance right now is from EMTs coming from out of the community to work on the ambulance, and that comes with a significant drive time to and from work each day. Although they are working, 24-hour shifts at a minimum, it is a commute, and it's a commute on a very dark, dangerous road, especially in the wintertime in our county. So I think availability of living in the community is a challenge. Getting there, commuting to Covelo is a challenge. We have been working, we recognize the need to support Covelo in training EMTs within their community to helpfully rebuild and bolster their volunteerism rates if we can get EMTs certified. We are supporting the fire department in an EMT class. I don't believe we'll have that class completed until early 2026 per the current schedule. So it's just taking time to really rehabilitate and restore their program.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any further comments from the board. We'll go to public comment.
Well, good afternoon now, board. Eisen Locatelli, Chief Probation Officer. I agree with Supervisor Williams starting the ball rolling, and then Supervisor Mulhorn, and I'd even go a little bit further. Butte County just recently passed some type of tax, but it went for, I believe it was EMS, fire, and law enforcement. Clearly, Butte County struggles with significant situations, not unlike Mendocino County, so they passed this tax, and the only reason I'm aware of it is the chief was talking about how they sustained their department, how they got some raises. You already heard earlier this morning, the board doesn't have the money, public safety's struggling. Why not put it to the voters? Why not look at Butte County's ordinance or somebody else's? We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We don't have the manpower or the time. Grants, that we're already doing that locally in the criminal justice arena. That's that CCP grant I mentioned to you all. We have to do more to pull ourselves out, and the only way we pull ourselves out is the community as a whole. It's not the board. It's not our individual departments. It's collectively the people who live in this county coming together and deciding what we want. So I would encourage the board to go even further than just EMS, further than just fire, but do it all. Maybe if you had more responses in Covelo, you would have less EMS responses if you adequately staffed the public safety. So I'm not saying I have all the answers. I'm not the smartest guy in the room, but I absolutely know there are other people who are doing this. We just need to get outside of Mendocino County and reach out to some other rural districts who've already solved some of these problems. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Clay Eubank, Anderson Valley EMS officer. I keep hearing that it's not the board's responsibility to fix this problem, but I would challenge you. I do believe it's the board's responsibility to take a leadership role in this problem. If that means as a collective coming up with helping to facilitate a solution, I think that's really important. But when you say you're not responsible for the problem, I think you're giving up an essential responsibility you have for the care of the community and the taxpayers in general. This is an ongoing systemic problem. It's been one since I've been in this community since 2010, and I know before that as well. Can volunteers be a part of the problem? Or part of the solution, rather? Absolutely, they can. But we need leadership from this board to help push anything forward. Just expecting the community to come up and solve the problem isn't really reasonable or fair, especially since you're their elected representatives. So,
thank you. All right. Seeing no further comments in the chambers, any online?
Seeing none.
All right, so we will accept the presentation. Thank you for it. Is there any further comment from the board? Supervisor Williams.
Are we giving any direction today? Or maybe to the board? Do we direct ourselves? I mean, yeah, so commentary. I worry that we keep doing this almost like it's on a timer. We tell the public it's really bad. EMS is not in good shape. We don't do anything about it.
Supervisor Norvell.
Well, I think you gave, your request was clear for direction. I supported it. I also support Supervisor Mulhern's request to include fire. And then Mr. Locatelli's idea of public safety as a whole. What Butte County did was Measure H. They did a full 1 cent. They considered it public safety tax. They expected to generate about $44 million a year. I don't know what that a 1 cent would look like to us, but then they do leave it up to the board on how to allocate the money. So I would still support the direction to come back with an analysis. You know, if it's how much we can increase the sales tax, what kind of revenue that's going to generate, property tax, any of those things. And to the CEO's concern about what our role is, yes, we can come up with the assessment versus is it enough? I think having a dollar figure in front of us, I would agree with her that having the dollar figure in front of us is the most important thing to decide what then we can accomplish with that money, opposed to what we want to accomplish is this big grand picture, but we're not going to come up with enough money. So I stand behind my support for your direction along with Supervisor Mulhern's and Mr. Locatelli's.
Supervisor Klein.
Yes, thank you. I'm supportive of the direction that the board has been discussing today and the input that we've had from our stakeholders. I just would like to echo comments from CEO Antle about waiting until our November 4th update on where we are financially, and I think there's some additional information that could be gathered to have a better conversation here today, instead of just a really brief, okay, here's the direction to staff to bring forward that analysis. Some more work can be done outside of the board meeting to have a more fruitful discussion and a better analysis brought back later on.
Supervisor Williams.
Okay, I'm in agreement. So I think we're asking the executive office to bring back the numbers on what a sales tax at 1% would generate. Clarifying question, are we looking at a sales tax in the unincorporated or the county as a whole? And I think county council may need to opine on the appropriateness if it's county-wide relative to the proposed use. not, it doesn't have to be now, but if that could happen, because my fear is if we look at the sales in the unincorporated, you know, maximum tax on not very much is not very much. And so there maybe need to be some collaboration there on what would qualify to be countywide. Let's focus on what qualifies rather than hearing we can't tax countywide because what we're proposing doesn't meet the criteria. Does that make sense?
Well, and I think on Measure B, you know, we saw where a half cent was generating about 8 million a year.
Yeah.
Right? So do your math.
But that was in the entire county.
Right.
Including the cities.
Right.
And that's my question is, are we
Yeah.
including the cities?
Yeah.
If it's a fire and EMS, maybe we can do that, maybe we can't. If it's EMS and EMS is county-wide, including the unincorporated, maybe we can, there needs to be some coordination, otherwise we're gonna get an answer back that has a footnote of only certain services apply.
Okay. Yeah, County Council.
Charlotte Scott, County Council, we can look at that and help the executive office with that when the executive office comes back to the board. The other thing I would recommend is not narrowing it necessarily to look at just a sales tax. There are other mechanisms. We're talking about fire districts, which are independent special districts. They have other mechanisms like special benefit assessments. While we can't do that analysis for them, maybe when we come back, we could provide a summary of potential options we're aware of, with also specifically addressing the questions about a sales tax and considering the model that was shared from Chief Locatelli as to Butte County.
If I may, Chair, I just want to ensure we would have to look at what the sales tax currently is at the cities if they're bumping up on their limit. So it's not simple, straightforward. We'll have to look at a variety of things. I don't know that we'll have all of that, but we will have more information on the 4th to have a more comprehensive discussion.
All right. So we're fine with that direction then? You want to make a motion?
I would prefer that it be read back, what we have so far. I know something is coming back, but I'm not clear on what it is. And I'm not clear on who's doing it, whether Coastal Valleys is involved, if it's OES, Executive Office, or Council.
If I may, I think the first part, we'll do some preliminary work, and we'll have to work with Coastal Valleys on that. But I also have to see if I have money and what that money looks like and what we can get. You know, if I have $800,000 or if I have 80, what does that look like?
So I think what's coming back is the total of what we have to work with, the lump sum that we've set aside.
From PG&E money.
What we think 1% sales tax countywide would be, and confirmation from council that if there was such a sales tax, it could be used for fire and EMS, or if not, what it could be used for. Is that accurate?
Right. That's my understanding.
Yeah.
All right. We're good with that? Let's vote by the button.
Was there a second?
Oh.
That can be
that
can be a motion, but should there be a second?
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Second.
Okay. Now we'll vote by the button. What? We have a second. Supervisor Norville.
No.
Oh.
I move to direct the executive office to return with the available funding for EMS from the PG&E and the executive office to return with an estimate of a 1% countywide sales tax, and direct county council to opine on whether we could use that sales tax for fire and EMS. And request that Coastal Valleys, in collaboration with EMS and fire partners, brainstorm possible uses.
Are you good? Okay, we have a second. Vote by the button. No, we already took public comment.
The motion carries unanimously.
So, yeah, why don't we take, we'll come back at 1 o'clock. Okay, we're adjourned until 1.
Goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you're out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit mendoready.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streets2creeks.org.
D, which is discussion and possible action, including number 1, introduction and waive first reading of an ordinance amending sections of the Mendocino County Code, Chapter 2.32, purchasing agent relating to the powers and duties delegated to the purchasing agent and other officials, including an increase in the contract signature authority of the purchasing agent from $50,000 to $75,000. And 2, possible direction to staff regarding proposed revisions to the Mendocino County Policy Number 1, Purchasing, Leasing, and Contracting Policy. Right, I'm going to look to the Executive Office and County Council.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, or good afternoon, Supervisors, CEO, Antelope County Council, Scott, Sarah Pierce, Acting Assistant CEO. With me today, sorry I'm not able to be there today, but in chambers is Deputy County Council Matt Kordowski as well. We are in front of you today to not only discuss the updates to Policy 1, but to also discuss updates to the ordinance amending sections of Mendocino County Code Chapter 2.32, powers and duties delegated to the purchasing agent and other officials. Before we go into the policy updates, we'd first like to discuss the ordinance changes. So the first significant change to the ordinance is the request to increase the contract signatory authority of the purchasing agent from $50,000 to $75,000. I'm paraphrasing, but Government Code Section 25502.3 in part states counties which have a population of less than 200,000. The Board of Supervisors may authorize the purchasing agent to engage independent contractors to perform services when the annual aggregate cost does not exceed $50,000, except for this amount can be adjusted annually before applying the percent change from the California Consumer Price Index. The $50,000 was for the purchasing agent stated in the government code was enacted in 2003. The adjusted limit based on applying the CPI from 2003 to 2025 is $89,151. To be conservative, as we know there are downturns in the economy, we are asking for the limit to be changed to $75,000, staying below the adjusted limit of $89,000. For the remaining ordinance changes, I'm going to turn it over to Deputy County Counsel Matt Kordowski and to go through them, and then we can pause and take questions relating to the ordinance. So Matt, if you can take it from here.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. The rest of the changes in the ordinance are fairly perfunctory in terms of what state law already allows. The change to paragraph A of section 0.030, that's just amending to clarify that the board can delegate certain authorities to department heads, for instance, which is something we've done via Policy 1 for a long time. This is just making it clear there. In paragraph D, we're just making a more direct link to the limitations that are required by state law in the section referenced. And then in paragraph I, we are adding a provision that would allow the purchasing agent to enter into licenses with public agencies to use county property. These licenses otherwise go to the board, and this has been instances where, say, the city of Fort Bragg using area around the vet hall, or the fire department using land in Logat Park for tree trimming and training. Those then would be able to be executed by a purchasing agent as opposed to coming to the board. That would give a little more flexibility on that front. And then lastly, the change to section 110, that is essentially just referencing what was already in state law in regards to the requirement to have this notice to a supervisor for a lease in their district. So really, everything there is just kind of cleaning that up, and those are the changes to the ordinance. I think the most significant of those really is the purchasing agent dollar amount.
Okay, any questions from the board? Supervisor Williams.
89 to 75 seems rather conservative. I think since 1955, the only negative inflation rate was around 2009, and maybe it was 0.4%. I mean, I'm fine with a 75. I'd be fine with 85. If it means we're going to have fewer agenda items, if staff can take care of more business.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, that's a policy decision. And I mean, right now, we've seen one county we noticed a few years ago, Inyo, they said 75 as opposed to, I think, 85 at that point. Other counties had raised it higher than that. I'm not sure how they've gotten to higher than that. So
I'm not sure what the difference would be for an additional $5,000 or $10,000 in contracting authority.
If I may through the chair, our other local or bordering counties, I think Humboldt has it as 75,000 as well. We were trying to be conservative and keep it there since it is, jumping 25,000.
All right. Any other comments? Supervisor Klein.
Thank you. I'm happy with the 75,000 and appreciate the work that has gone into this because I know it's taken a lot of staff time.
All right. I'm happy with the 75 too. Fine with me. So seeing no further comments from the board, we'll go to public comment.
If I may through the chair, can I finish going through what some of the other updates are? It should be fairly quick.
Oh, sure.
So for policy one, the actual changes to policy one, the proposed revision is a result of a collaboration between multiple departments where we also compared against what other California counties purchasing policies and ordinance are as well. So the amended policy aims to just bring clarity to the current policy, which at times, has been vague, and increase efficiencies. There was a crosswalk that was attached. There are many sections that are new, such as definitions, independent statutory authority examples. We're now requiring IT to review the processes for goods and services. And we've added additional considerations when entering into contracts, such as retroactive agreements and auto-renewing clauses. And in addition to the new sections, there were also some significant changes to other sections. We've talked about the authority to execute, which is increasing the purchasing agent, but the other significant changes around the competitive bidding requirement. So the proposed change for competitive bid are as follows. Under 10,000, there would be no competitive bid requirement. This is not changing. That's what's in current policy. But then from 10,000 to 50,000 will now require an informal procurement, which is at least 2 bids or quotes. The current policy is a little confusing. It requires a formal bidding when it's over 25,000 or when it's 10,000 if the contract is greater than 3 years. So we're just trying to simplify it, saying anything from 10 to 50 requires an informal, and then anything over 50 would require a formal competitive bid. The other significant change under the competitive bid requirement is we are now incorporating the exception to bid documentation into the initial cobblestone process to create efficiencies. Right now, it has to be entered as a separate item in cobblestone along with the contract, so you're routing 2 different things, which can cause confusion and duplication. So we're just trying to make that a little bit more efficient and provide a better documentation process. So then that's really the rest of the recap. So I'll turn it back over to the board if there's any further questions.
Okay, seeing no further questions, we'll go to public comment. Seeing none in the chambers, any online?
Seeing none.
Okay, we'll look for a motion.
Actually, if I may through the chair, I just want to make one comment. The second reading of the ordinance will be on the following board meeting, which then will take effect 30 days after. So we will be bringing back the adoption of policy 1, the changes, in a resolution on November 18th, I believe it is.
All right.
Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Move the recommended action.
We have a second.
Second.
Okay. Any further comment? Vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Chair, if I may, I really want to give a shout out to Sarah Pierce and Matt Kagrowski and Jeffrey Champion on getting this policy 1 after 3.5 years, trying to get it moved forward. It's been a long haul getting it there, but the 3 of them were the final push, and I really appreciate their work. Thank you, you guys.
Yes, thank you. All right, we'll move on to item 4G, which is discussion and possible action, including direction to staff to work with the Board of Supervisors to develop a proposal based on the concept of creating an optional alternative pathway to expedite building permits and inspections. And that's from Supervisors Williams and Norvell. So I look to Supervisor Williams.
So this is an incredible opportunity before you today to streamline process, reduce costs for applicants, and hopefully entice developers to build more of a tax base in Mendocino County. We see a pattern in some other counties where certain licensed professionals are allowed to self-certify. So obviously this wouldn't be to put in a whole subdivision, but replacing appliances, re-roofing, some routine permits could be run through those licensed professionals as self-certify. We've done some research and we started putting together an ordinance and recognize that in the spirit of staying with the board rules, we may have been approaching 4 hours of staff time. We'd like to continue building a shovel-ready proposal, but we need a little bit more staff time, and we don't want to violate that rule of 4 hours. The time we haven't gone over yet, but I imagine we've used the CEO's and Director Krog's time so far. So the goal of the ordinance would be we have limited resources, limited funds. We know the board wants compliance. This isn't to make it easier to violate the rules. It's to allow putting more focus on the areas where we're weak, which is probably code compliance, not for the professionals who build every day. And for that group, we think self-certify with audit could suffice because they're licensed and they have something to lose if they're not continuing to maintain compliance with our rules. Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you. Yeah, so all of what Ted said is I agree with, and what it also does is we did it at the city before I left, and what we found was the larger projects that occupy the most time in planning and building were opting for the expedited service, and what it did was unclog the path for the smaller projects. So say somebody that wants to do an addition onto their house doesn't have to wait for the person that's trying to build a hotel because they came first. It's worked out well. There's several other counties that are doing it. I don't see or forecast any issues going forward if we were to get this approved. I truly believe it's just a win-win.
Well, just a question on that is, I'm hearing from Supervisor Williams this would be for the smaller projects, and from Supervisor Norvell that it would be for the bigger projects. So, and is this accountability through a third party who's authorized, certificated by the planning and building to do this kind of verification?
Yeah, John, I think the idea is that a licensed engineer or contractor who works in our county every day of the year doing the same types of projects, we can likely trust. And there may be a model where there's still a building permit involved, but it wouldn't be as much review by the county. There would be more reliance on trusting the licensed professional with audits to ensure that that they're holding up their end, and of course they have something to lose, right? Because they're licensed and they don't want dings against their license for failing to comply. But the thought is it would reduce the amount of staff time that's going into those professionals that work with us time and time again, allowing us to put more focus on the areas where we're weak. We know we don't have enough resources to go around to cover all of the needs of running planning and building, especially from the regulatory side. We have the public voicing concern that whether it's fire code or unassessed buildings, that there's a lot of work. I think part of that is because we're not making the use of limited staff resources. This would be one way to free up some of those staff resources by opening an express line.
All right. And how much time do you think would be required to get this to an ordinance?
We don't know. We don't think it's a substantial amount of time, but it's certainly more than 4 hours. And so I imagine it'll be Supervisor Norvell and I continuing to work with the public and each other to come up with a proposed ordinance and then get county council and the planning director to review it. What we didn't want to do is bring an ordinance forward to the board and then have staff advise that there's problems, right? We'd like to have that conversation in advance. That conversation will take some number of hours. Not a lot of time. I don't think we're talking about a big ticket expense in preparation.
I guess my question would be for Planning and Building Director Krog, is that, we keep hearing that the plate is full. And so how does this fit into your work plan?
Sure. Thank you for that question, Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. So, with what I think the concepts are that are discussed right now, what I'm hearing is what sounds like a contract for third-party consultant services. The department already has a contract with a firm, CSG Consultants, that provides for third-party plan check services for commercial and other large-scale projects. We haven't really had any individuals take advantage of that pathway at this time. But I also don't know that it's been heavily publicized that that pathway is available either. So, what I could see coming out of this would be probably not a significant amount of staff time in working on possibly either revising that contract or possibly having to do a new RFP for additional consultant services. But I did hear, there I think has been a couple different thoughts tossed around as I've had some preliminary conversations with Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Norvell. So certainly I think there's one pathway, which is the third-party plan check and inspection services. And I think it's a different category if we start talking about allowing individuals to do things like self-certifications. So that's a different concept that I think would require more thought and a bit more effort on the self-certification side. And I would certainly encourage the board, if you lean towards doing self-certification, that you start small. Start with the really low impact type of projects, things like maybe re-roofing, water heaters, siding, things like that, before you go any further with that. Any other questions for me?
Yes.
Yeah, the third-party contract that you currently have, has that just been renewed?
That is a contract that, hold on, let me look at the date that I have for it. I believe we signed it in June of this year.
Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no, Supervisor Klein.
No questions for Director Krog, just generally very supportive of this idea, this concept of looking at flexibilities, opportunities to streamline, and efficiencies for our internal staff.
All right. Any public comment?
Good afternoon. I'm Duncan James, former district attorney and county counsel. I was the last of those who performed both functions. I drafted an amended building ordinance about 8 months ago, which fortunately got into the hands of Supervisors Williams and Norvell. And what it is it's a program which creates an alternative to the normal building process, because the numerous contractors that I represent, as well as efforts by family members of my own, this county, who attempt to get building permits, is usually quite a delay. And it can be as much as 4 to 6 weeks before the permit is actually issued. And the problem with that is the 1 and 2 person general contractors, they can't wait around for 4 to 6 weeks to get their next job. And so it's hard for them to stay on a particular job. So in the ordinance that I prepared, I created a system whereby not self-certifying, but it would be a system whereby a civil engineer qualified in the type of engineering necessary for that particular map would have to file a certification that the plans and specifications comply with all laws and specifications in existence on the day that that application is filed. Now, if that engineer lies, obviously his license is in jeopardy because he's committed perjury by the certificate. In the way that I drafted it, and what really got me rolling on it was the Pacific Palisades. And as we know, what is it, half a dozen permits have been issued in the Pacific Palisades, the fires. And I remember back to our fires back in 17 and 18, where we had total destruction. And I know a lot of people who lost their homes that waited for years in order to get a new building permit, not necessarily planning building problem. A lot of that was insurance company problem, and when they wouldn't reimburse them. And so the process is there to expedite it, whether it be somebody that wants to do a simple remodel, or somebody who wants to do a complex house, or somebody who wants to do complex structure. Requires certification as an alternative to going through the normal process. After maybe a year or so, when people get to know about its existence, you'll find out what kind of impact it will have on the building department. it will make their other staff more readily available to do what's needed to get out the really short stuff that they don't have to refer out to outside engineering firms. So I hope you move forward with it. I think it's very important to the construction in this county.
Okay, thank you.
Dee Pallison from here in Ukiah, District 5. I would just like to voice my support of both of these ideas. In the information gathering that I've been doing, I've read several ordinances from multiple counties, and I think it is a good step forward in bringing our planning and building services into the 21st century. Both the self-certifying for and also the hiring of an engineer to certify that a property is good to go. I encourage us to look at this with an open mind and like I said, move us into the 21st century. I support both of those, and I'm happy to hear it here. And I would suggest that we really look closely at ordinances that our neighbors have already have in place, so we're not reinventing the wheel. If they can do it, we can do it. And just to add a note to that, in Sonoma County, their planning and building staff per capita is lower than ours. We have a bigger staff than Sonoma County does per capita. So I think there's savings on this all the way around, and I think it should be looked at closely.
Okay, thank you. Right, any further comments in the chambers? Seeing none. Any online?
Seeing one, Peter McNamee.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about this. I also want to speak in support of the concept. I think the devil will be in the details, and when a proposal is actually put forward, we'll see how much improvement in economy and efficiency we can achieve. But there certainly needs to be more economy and efficiency in regard to planning and building permitting in the county on a multiple number of levels. And that is not meant as a criticism towards the planning department. I believe they're doing the best that they can and exceeding expectations in many respects in their efforts, but the challenges are immense. I personally have advocated in the past exploring the notion of actually certifying some of the builders in the county who would be willing to go through the process of having limited certification to be able to issue permits that could be recorded as part of the building process, where they would certify that they have met all of the requirements that the law requires, and that I agree with the notion that if they should fail in that responsibility, that they should have the certifications removed, and that they should pay fines and restitution to those people who were damaged as a result. I'm not sure that, given the dispersion of the population and the fact that we're a rural county, that it's realistic to function in the same way that large urban counties function in terms of the kind of building that goes on and the kind of major remodeling and redevelopment that occurs in many places in the county. And frankly, as a consumer, I'm very much aware of contacting contractors who have just told me, here's one price if I get permits, and here's the other price if I don't. And if you don't get permits, the price is a lot lower. That contributes to a major problem in this county in terms of not only the consumers buying houses that don't live up to the building codes, but also the underreporting of the assessed value of houses here. So I think there's a lot of birds to be killed with a few stones, and this is an ambitious and noble process to pursue. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any further comments online?
Seeing none.
Okay, back to the board.
Move the recommended action.
All right, any further comments from the board? Seeing none, we'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right. Can we go to the CEO report right now?
Certainly, Chair. I was asked a little bit about the impacts on the county of the government shutdown, so I kind of wanted to take a stab at that. I know you heard a little bit this morning from Shaw and Yoder, but there are some impacts that we will be seeing. I know the state is attempting to fill those gaps. Sometimes we hear they have enough funding for 30 days. Other times it's a little bit, so they're not quite giving us all the information. There are some fundings that are ongoing and they're automatic, so they won't be hit immediately by the shutdown. And that's some children health insurance programs, some Medicaid, and mandatory portions of child care funding. Other ones that are effective immediately is temporary assistance to needy families, the mandatory portion of the community health centers, and national flood insurance. States will be entitled to be reimbursed once the funding is inactive and made available. So once they open up the government, the states can get those monies back. Currently, the state of California is saying they do have some funds to keep us moving. Another program that we're looking at being shut down is a supplemental nutrition assistance program. This is one of our larger programs. 42 million households rely on this assistance throughout the nation. The SNAP administrator will not be able to access new funds. Supplemental nutritional program for women, infants, and children. This is a WIC program. We do have a WIC program here. WIC is a discretionary program, so it will not be funded. The state is saying they will fund that for a little while. Temporary assistance to the needy families, TANF. This is an area where the state is going to support as well to ensure that those folks have benefits to move forward. The state will continue to step in. Title 4B, Child Welfare Services. They're mandatory and discretionary funding to support child welfare programs with the goal of keeping families together. Again, the state's working to keep that program open. We expect to hear more in the next 30 days if the state's not able, or if the federal government does not come to some solution and be able to balance the budget. Other programs that are impacted immediately are parks are shut down, ag disaster funding, and fire mitigation work. So more to come. We'll keep you posted as things evolve. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So just a question. So you said the SNAP funding will be stopped, and that's CalFresh?
Yes, and the state is prepared to step in on that for up to 30 days.
Okay. All right, thank you. Seeing no further questions, comments from the board, we will adjourn to closed session. The board will now adjourn to closed session to hear items 6A, 6B, 6C, and 6D. The board will reconvene no earlier than 3:30.
Excuse me, Chair, sorry to interrupt. We do need to take public comment before we adjourn, public comment on those closed session items.
Oh, do we need public comment on the CEO report too? Yeah. Yes. Okay, any public sorry about that. Any public comment on the CEO report? Seeing none in the chambers, any online?
Seeing none.
Okay, so we'll accept the CEO report. Any public comment about the items on the closed session? Seeing none in the chamber, any online?
Seeing none.
Okay, so We will reconvene in closed session at 1:45. County Council.
Just a recommendation, given how late we're starting closed, perhaps you want to move the anticipated to return no earlier than 2:30, but I defer to the board.
I said 3:30, actually. So we'll say 3 o'clock.
Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, I have a question for County Council. Do we have to specify a return time? Or can it be when we get done, we'll be back?
I think it's advisable to specify a return time and to provide some estimate that you won't come back sooner than a certain point. That gives the public some time to know when to, if they're waiting for a specific item, or also to come back and observe final items you have. So at least anticipating no earlier than a certain time is preferred.
Okay, Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, thank you. Council, in your previous comment, could you restate that about the time? I think you said 2:30?
Charlotte Scott County Council, I suggested 2:30, but I really defer to staff and to the board. I know we have a timed item among our closed session, so I know we would not be back any earlier for certain than 2:30, but maybe 3 o'clock or 3:30. I defer to the board.
Well, I said 3 o'clock. So, all right. Okay, so we'll adjourn into closed session.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poop, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather. and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you're out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poop, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streets2creeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you're out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streets2creeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you're out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poop, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poop, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you're out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streets2creeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you're out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you're out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poop, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streets2creeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you're out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streets2creeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you're out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poop, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poop, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streets2creeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you're out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you're out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poop, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you're out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poop, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streets2creeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you're out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streets2creeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you're out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poop, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is clean.
From the closed session for items 6A, 6B, 6C, and 6D. There's nothing to report. We will move on to item 4J, which is Supervisors Reports regarding board and special assignments, standing and ad hoc committee meetings, and other items of general interest. Who wants to start? Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of updates. The Leggett Post Office is getting close to being finalized and should be a big relief to the residents up there. They're currently using Laytonville as for their mail. I attended the retirement ceremony for outgoing Police Chief Cervenka. There were several of his colleagues from County Public Safety there. That was great to see. I did have a conversation with Assemblyman Rogers about the disparities between the cost of housing state prisoners and full reimbursement. The City of Fort Bragg Public Works reached out a couple weeks ago about an issue they were having with a grant from DWR. DWR had told them that if the money was not spent by March, that it would be pulled back. I reached out to Supervisor Klein, who was a huge asset in putting all the agencies together in the same room to discuss solving the issue. We should have an update on it tomorrow. It turns out there's several cities all in the same position. The project involves replacing all the raw water lines that lead to the water treatment plant, as well as the in line with the future and current reservoirs. And lastly, McCavan House is still collecting used needles. If you find used needles in the county, you can call McCavan House at 707-462-1932 or call Joe Ditto directly at 707-727-0402.
Supervisor Williams.
How many needles have been found so far?
I don't have that answer.
Supervisor Mulherin.
Thank you. I had a Russian River Watershed Authority meeting, and after the board meeting, we had a strategic planning session talk about the best way for the Russian River Watershed Authority to provide more services to the member agencies, of which Mendocino County is one. That's a Mendocino County, Sonoma County partnership. I attended the California Conservation Corps opening of the Willits campus. Also recently, the Pastels on the Plaza fundraiser for River Oak School in Ukiah, and the Ukiah Valley Trail Group fundraiser. And if you've been on a trail in the Ukiah Valley, They have probably had something to do with making it happen. So it was nice to see a lot of the people out for that event.
Hey, Supervisor Williams.
I went to the Prop 47 meeting, felt like that was something positive in a sea of negative news. Both people who are working on it and the outcomes. Attended the fire districts meeting where it's the same story, that there's not enough volunteers, money, support, etc. Worked with Supervisor Klein on the budget ad hoc. Also not really positive. Good experience, but more unfortunate news. And worked with Supervisor Norvell on the streamlined permitting and meeting with some applicants to look at their particular problems. And bright spot, thanks to county facilities and CEO Antle, Bower Park is moving ahead. We're not going to be giving back $2.1 million to the state. That's been a long haul, multi-year effort. A lot of obstacles, not the county's creation. So I'm thrilled to see it going forward. They managed to save it at the last moment.
Supervisor Klein.
I'm going to start with my bad news for my report today. The legislation that Assemblymember Chris Rogers authored for Hopland, AB 830, was vetoed by the governor. The funding was still appropriated. Senator McGuire helped get funding into one of the budget trailer bills, so the funding is still available. There's not a vehicle to get the money to the PUD at this point in time. So I guess mixed news. I'm going to remain optimistic that we'll find a way, but the legislation being vetoed was a big setback. In terms of the Potter Valley project, the decommissioning plan is still in FERC's clog. The comment period is not open yet. I hosted Michelle Bushnell, the Humboldt County Supervisor, last week, took her to Potter Valley, showed her what was at stake. We had a really good conversation about how this would impact Mendocino County, and she grew to understand a little bit more of our situation, and I appreciate her time and energy. Road Valley Rec Center is a community group working to create a center at the closed Road Valley Elementary School campus. There's a lot of great energy in that effort, and I wish them well. We're looking at some opportunities for state funding. They are opening or already working in conjunction with Alex Rohrbar Center to have kind of a campus out in Road Valley. And then I've continued researching illegal cannabis enforcement and what state support is available in conjunction with the ad hoc that's working out of North Coast Resource Partnership and just our local needs here generally.
All right, I too attended the California Conservation Corps ribbon cutting in Willits. Is a beautiful facility and great energy there. MCOG had a meeting yesterday, and I've attended a couple CalCog meetings. We're talking about the RENA numbers for Mendocino County and appealing the number that's been given to us. And so we're trying to reduce that number. And CalCog is looking at reforming the whole, or AB 375, how those numbers are determined. I attended the Lake County Supervisors joint meeting with Clear Lake City Council and Lakeport City Council for Sonoma Clean Power. Sonoma Clean Power is looking at moving into or offering their services in Lake County, and so is a discussion and a lot of good conversation about that. Let's see, Mendocino College had their EV Technician Certificate ribbon cutting last Friday, and that was a great thing to see, and really workforce development at that level and what we really need to do to move forward. Let's see, and the museum had a fundraiser on Sunday. It was a beautiful event at Ridgewood Ranch, and they did really well. It's great to see the Friends of the Museum coming together and really getting a lot of good energy and, fundraising and doing those things that they need to do to really take over the museum. And lastly, MCOG at the meeting yesterday dedicated $215,000 more for funding to complete the multi-purpose trail in Covelo, and we're hoping that will be it. Okay. With that, we will adjourn the meeting at 5:08.